welcome to Rapid Reviews Game of the Year episode. Holy crap. I forgot what year it is. It's 2025. And I am surrounded by our most frequent guests and best friends of the show. We have Miketendo.
Hello there.
Dressed as 007. We have, as I call him, Brent and Miketendo. But yes, we have Brent.
Bueno.
And as always, my ever-present... I didn't introduce myself, but that'll be later. My ever-present co-host, Pete Beckett.
Bonjour.
And I'm Kiley.
Bonjour.
Yeah, it's Frenchy. I am not doing so hot right now, but we're just gonna moto line. What are we gonna do, Pete? We're gonna do little catch-ups or anything?
No, let's just get straight into it. We all know why we're here.
Yes, we do know why we're here. Oh, I did wanted to say something.
Go for it.
I was watching some highlights of the Game Awards because I know we're not gonna get to talk about it.
No, we will next week if you are available.
If I'm around, yeah. So stick around, folks, for next week's show. But all the Game Awards did was just confirm that I'm 100% Miss Piggy. Did you see Miss Piggy?
Of course I did. I watched the whole thing again, like a glutton for punishment that I am.
Or did you see her hanging? Did you see her hanging all over Jeff?
No comment.
Yeah, apparently Miss Piggy and Jeff Kiley, you know,
Bumped uglies.
Yeah.
He made bacon.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. But anyway,
Want
enough
some mayonnaise
of
with that bacon?
Oh, mayonnaise with bacon. Man. That's gross.
Enough with that wonderful banter for opening the show. So I'm going to toss it to Pete, who's got to make up for that.
This show is rated R for rapid reviews.
Yeah, I'd say rated R for really good. I couldn't think of anything. I don't feel good.
No, right, let's change that rating to T for terrible.
Terribly delicious. But yes, I am actually going to toss this to Pete. I don't feel good. I am on lots of medicine, and I'm not drinking, which I'm a little bit sad about. But sometimes you can't drink. 65. But Pete, yes, it's your turn now. You talk.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. I should know what I'm doing. So, this is Game of the Year 2025. If you haven't listened to a Game of the Year show before, I will explain how we do things. So, there are 16 games that have been nominated, with each one of the panels has been nominated for each. There was a few conflicts where some people had to make changes because it had already been nominated. I'll go through the list of the nominations. Basically, it will be a single elimination. Each person gets 2 minutes to discuss the game in the first round, why they've nominated it. So the first round usually goes longer than everything else. That's what she said.
You got in there before I did.
And then we vote it out to see who goes through. You may have figured out there is a small issue with this, with being 4 people, that there may be a tie of vote at some point, to which, you know, a stalemate happens. People may make deals. People may decide to drop their vote. People may end up, I don't know, causing conflict. We'll see what happens.
That's what makes a
So
show.
abstaining is totally okay.
Abstaining is totally fine. We established a few years ago that we can abstain or vote, and that would basically mean a null and void, basically. So, yeah. But if we do ever get a tie vote and people are just like, we don't know how to decide, then yeah, there may be some bargains made. Let's just say, just to try and get the show over with. So I expect Kiley to make lots of bargains here to try and get this show as short as possible.
Hey, I said I was Miss Piggy. I didn't mean it for real.
I know. So I do the draw. I haven't done the draw. The draw is usually done live in front of these people, so it can be independently adjudicated.
Yes.
I don't want to claim any bias that I've drawn this the wrong way. So we all don't know our votes this year. which is quite interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to each person to reveal who they voted for. So I'll start with Brent. Name your 4 games.
So I decided to basically nominate the games that I played the most this year. I like to do that just because it seems to be a good indicator of a game that gets my attention for dozens of hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good starting point at least.
I agree.
So I went with Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was my one and only pre-order game this year. Usually wait for sales or just play things on Game Pass. 2 Point Museum. And then I wanted to include at least one indie game. I know some people may consider 2 Point Museum to be indie, but it's backed by Sega, so it's kind of in the middle there. So I decided on The Altars, my indie pick. Then I had to re-pick one of my choices.
We'll get to that.
And I decided to try to slip in something that probably going to be controversial. I decided to nominate a mobile game, Persona 5: The Phantom.
Fair enough. That was when I saw that choice, I was like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting."
Yeah.
So,
To be fair, I did choose Pokemon TCG Pocket last year, so...
yeah,
that's true.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
So, Kylie, I'll pass it over to you. What are your nominations for this year?
You mean I have to remember things?
You should know.
Didn't you just submit them like an hour ago?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, 24 hours ago.
Was it a full 24 hours? I can't
was.
believe it. I beat last year's record.
True.
Well, I mean, obviously we know straight off the bat, Abiotic Factor, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like 150 something hours in it, so you know. And then there was, of course, Doom, because like duh.
Doom: The Dark Ages.
Doom, duh.
Yeah.
And then then Outer Worlds too, because also duh. I love it. And then this one that actually replaced another one that I was going to nominate. I think Pete's nominated.
Well, have I?
We'll
find
have
out.
to see. We'll find out. Stay tuned. But no, there's this one that I played just last week on my stream called Slayers. Wait, is it X Slayers or Slayers X?
Slayers. How you put it to me, Slayers X.
That's it then. Slayers X. It's freaking awesome, and we'll talk about that more later.
Cool. When you get
But
your
still,
2 minutes.
nominated all Game Pass games.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah. Very
Okay.
nice. Very nice.
Right. Mike, your 4 nominations, please.
Okay, my 4 nominations. I did come prepared because I've got my visual aids here. I've got Sonic Racing CrossWorlds,
Nice.
Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, Pokemon Legends ZA, and also Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Ooh.
Nice. You may have figured out that there is a pattern there in fitting with the man's name.
Yes.
I knew he would come through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
I didn't get a Switch 2. I couldn't really contribute there, but I knew Mike had it taken care of.
Yeah, the one that was more surprising is when you tried to nominate Sonic Racing, and I was like, oh, Mike's already nominated that one.
Well, I would be.
That's good for me then, because it means I might get 2 votes for that.
It's fairly possible, yeah.
That's true.
So, rounding it out as my nominations, I think it'll be no surprise on a couple of them. So, the first game, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which only came out about a week and a half ago, I think. Split Fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Lonely Mountains Snow Riders for my indie pick.
Oh, yeah.
And Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the one that surprises absolutely nobody.
No one.
No way, Pete. No way.
Would have gone for hate mail if we didn't include it.
Maybe, yeah, but I think I spoke far too many months about that game on the show anyway, so I thought it was pretty obvious it was going to get nominated.
Yeah, Clair Obscur is Pete's Abiotic Factor.
Yes, even to the point I've now bought it on Steam and was playing it again today.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
I have thoughts about the Steam Deck running of it, unfortunately, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get to that because there's a lot I want to talk about.
Yeah. So the way that we'll do this is obviously this will get drawn out, so there'll be 8 games going up against each other, because they're 2 minutes to nominate or to discuss why you've nominated the game. You could have 4 minutes of talking because one of your games might get drawn up against your own game. It's just the way that a lucky draw happens. So without further ado, I just want to independently verify that the names are in the bowl. Nothing can be seen whatsoever. So yeah, I don't know what's in there. I don't remember how I folded any of them up. So I'll give them a good shake and we'll draw the first game out. I'm going to make note of these as we go by as well. So first up we have, and I need to get my stopwatch out as well, but I will do that in a moment. First out is The Altars. So Brent, you will be up. Give me a second whilst I get my stopwatch. Right, so here's my timer, 2 minutes. There we go. So your 2 minutes starts.
What my competition is?
We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, changing the rules a bit.
That doesn't seem fair.
Fine.
No, actually, it is fair. You know what I was thinking, Brent? Because if he drew it right now, and let's say it was my game, I'd have 2 extra minutes to think. I just know.
Yeah,
because I was like sitting here going, I hope he draws my game so I can think.
And also, if it draws against one of your own games and one of them's a favoured one by comparison, then you could just go, I don't want to talk about that one as much.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Considering that I
Sure.
basically needed to change 2 of mine.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So your 2 minutes starts now.
So for those unaware, The Altars is a sci-fi survival kind of game, very narrative heavy. You crash land on a alien planet, and you are the only surviving member of the crew. And there are these storms, I guess we'll say, that are moving across the planet. So you have this mobile base you need to repair, build, and move so that you aren't in the path of the storm. Now, if you think about it, doing that as one person is going to be extremely difficult. Fairly early in the game, you experiment with cloning. First, you clone a sheep to start with just to make sure it works. And then you realize that you can self. And you make little changes in your timeline in order to make each one of your clones a little bit different. And this lets you have more people in your base. It helps you unlock new abilities and new base modules and all that kind of stuff. It's a core progression of the game. But you run into issues with your clones, even though they are you. They have different desires and dreams. You can kind of butt heads sometimes and clash. Another big part of the game is managing those relationships so that you are a cohesive team, which is a really interesting kind of way of thinking about this kind of situation. The survival mechanics aren't too unforgiving. They now have a new update out where you can turn off almost all those mechanics. You're not into that kind of thing. And you can just explore the planet, build up your base, just develop these relationships with your clones, and experience the story at your own pace.
And that's your 2 minutes. But I'll let you finish your point.
So I just wanted to mention that if it seems daunting to you, the new update really does make it a more story-oriented experience, taking out most of the survival mechanics.
Nice. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that. Let's move to the next game. So, anyone else nervous?
Not really.
Nah, I should be.
How many times have I done this?
It's gone up
3 or
against Clair
4 now.
Obscur, innit?
No, this one has gone up against Persona 5, the Phantom X.
Ah.
Oh.
So, Brent, you're up again. So your 2 minutes starts now.
Like I said, this is a controversial pick. Would I pick a mobile game? I want you to think if one of the best-selling JRPG franchises decided to come out with a new game available on pretty much any device, completely free. Why wouldn't that be a good thing? Some people will point to the fact that it's got gotcha mechanics and, there's microtransactions and all that. But the game is known to be one of the most giving in that regard. A targeted system that you don't have random draws with the characters that you pull for, the limited characters anyway. And the base characters that you unlock through the story progression fill all the roles that you need in your team. So you never feel like you're missing something if you just play with those characters. So you never feel like you spend money for anything, but you're given a lot of premium pulls. Have an update every 2 weeks. And if you log in at least 7 days during those 2 weeks, you get 7 premium pulls. So as a free-to-play player, if you play all the new content every 2 weeks, you get enough either premium pulls or the currency pull every character in the game. You never have to spend money to get anything that you would want. The currency, there's not a real distinction between the in-game currency that you earn and what is paid for. There's only a few cosmetics that you have to get the paid for currency for. But every time they come out with a new cosmetic, there'll be a limited time where you can get it with the normal in-game currency. So again, you don't even have to pay money for the cosmetics. You can get everything completely for free. Story is parallel to Persona 5. You actually run into the team from Persona 5 every so often.
And that's
team up with them. Didn't even finish the story.
That's fine. So it is what it is. So
See about it.
right, the case has been made for both. Thanks, Brent. Appreciate that. I know it's tough having to have your own game go against each other.
Half of my choice is gone already.
No, so
Happens to me every year.
basically what we usually do is we open this up to anyone who has any questions about anything that might have not have been covered in the 2 minutes, because I understand that 2 minutes is tough to discuss like the ins and outs of a game. So if anyone has any questions for Brent about his 2 games, feel free to ask them before we get to the deliberations.
Sure. Okay. So with the Persona mobile game, so you were saying that it runs parallel to the events of the main game Persona 5, but you don't actually play as the main cast from that. So are you an totally independent?
The way it works is that the base characters in the game that you see their awakening through the story.
Yeah.
All of those characters are, I guess, quote unquote, real characters, classmates, etc., that you interact with when you're not in the dungeon and mementos and the palaces and things. But when you do go into those areas, you can use what they call phantom idols, which are, I guess, cognitive versions of characters in other games.
Okay.
So currently, in the global, they have now added almost every character from Persona 5 to be able to be used, if you so chose. And then they're going to start giving us the Persona 3 characters soon. So you can play as the whole cast of Persona 3 as well. And in the future, maybe we'll get some other characters.
Well, with Persona
Is
4...
it similar to like Fire Emblem Heroes in a way then? So you get you unlock characters and then you can use them. They come from like different dimensions and whatever.
Yeah, that's a kind of a good way to think about it. They describe them as basically figments of the main character's imagination, figments of mind. How he's able to access those memories of these characters is kind of a mystery in the game. And it's not been fully revealed yet, but you kind of learn a little bit as the game goes on, a kind of ability to do that. So eventually that'll be revealed and you can really access the character.
Okay.
Cool.
Anyone else? Anyone other questions?
Was just thinking, but Kylie, have you got anything?
No, because I already know which one I'm picking.
Okay.
Fair enough. Well, I
like
do
to
have
mention-
another question for alters then. So, what kind of typical gameplay is it? You say?
So they kind of describe it as a sci-fi survival based building game, but being from 11-bit studios, it's just a very narrative driven experience as well. If you turn off all those survival mechanics, it's more RPG like experience.
Right.
So it kind of blends a lot of different genres together.
So it's like, I wouldn't say like, for lack of a better word, so it's like a simulation kind of thing, or like resource
yeah.
management kind of thing.
Yeah,
so like
that's a good
Sims
way to-
meets.
Yes. Yeah.
So like a typical gameplay loop would be that you leave your base and you go collect resources. You kind of explore the area around your base where it's located. Bring them back to the base, create things, build new base modules, work on the relationship with your clones, etc. Then you do it all again, another loop until the storm comes and you have to move, and then you're in a new area and it kind of reset.
Oh, okay.
Okay. One question I did have in regards to the alters. What platforms is it currently available on?
I think it's on pretty much everything. I'm not sure if they have a Switch 2 version. That's a fairly new console, but it is a smaller game, so I imagine it would play pretty well on a Switch if they did with that.
Okay.
Persona 5 is currently only available on PC and mobile devices, but they are working on a console.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Any other questions?
I'm good.
Let's get to the votes then. So I think it's only fair that we pass it over to Brent to vote for his first game.
That doesn't seem fair at all.
Okay, we'll not do that then. Kylie, you're pretty adamant that you know what you're voting for, so
Yeah, it's Alters because I played that on my stream and I really liked it.
Fair.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is base building, which I love, and all of that. So
cool. Mike?
I think I'm going to go for alters. To be fair, I mean, it sounds quite intriguing and quite interesting. I mean, no offense to the Persona series. I mean, I did at one point own Persona 5, but I never really got around to finishing the game and like Scramble and the likes, which I am familiar with the characters and the general story of it. But this alters, it intrigues me, so I think I'm going to go with them.
Sure. I'm going to cast my vote, and after numerous discussions I'd heard about it on various other podcasts I listened to, it's going to be the Alters. It's definitely one that intrigued me more this year. I just never got round to, unfortunately, playing it. So it's definitely one that's piqued my interest, definitely more so because it's been nominated for Game of the Year. So it might be one I decide to play over the Christmas period.
Yeah, it's on Game Pass. Just play it on there.
Even better. So, Brent,
Now,
I'd
your
say-
vote is worth 4 points, so if you want to go either way.
I'm afraid it doesn't work like
but
that.
I don't.
But, hey.
No, all right, I tried.
But if for parity's sake,
I knew that it was a long shot that a mobile game could make it beyond the first round. Anyway,
no, it's understandable, and obviously it sounds intriguing, but it's just there's another game that obviously would have piqued my interest so much more, and I think it's the same with everyone else. So,
I mean,
also
if it
understand
had
there's a
gone up
lot of
against any
people-
other game, it would have had a valid chance, I think. But because of this game Alters, and I got nothing against the Persona series at all, and let alone it being a mobile game, because like last year,
there are a lot of
I voted
people-
for a mobile game as well, and that's what it is.
I think there's a lot of people who did play a lot of Persona 5 and then had to play it again. Persona 5 Royal. They came out with all the spin-offs, and a lot of people are just kind of Persona 5. So I can see why that would kind of be something to drive people away from playing it, because
sure.
it is kind of more of the same.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, some people just
I'm going to have that same problem later with Hyrule Warriors. Don't worry. When it comes to the Breath of the Wild fatigue that we're all getting, so yeah.
Let's maybe save that one for later.
Yeah.
So that's put the Alters through to the next round. So that one will go back into the hat for another random draw. So we'll draw out the first. Oh dear.
Oh, dear, we got another double one, haven't we?
No. So first game
Brent again.
No, the first game that has come out of for the next round, Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Oh, Pete. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a timer? I don't have a timer.
I've got a timer. It's fine.
Okay.
So my 2 minutes will begin now. So Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is incredibly French. It is the most French game I have ever played in my life, but that's not a bad thing. It is it is a very much inspired by classic JRPGs of years gone by, even to the point where when they got their awards at the Game Awards, they thanked I can't even remember the name of the person, but someone who's very much heavily involved in JRPG development, probably at Square Enix.
Shroud or whatever.
I don't remember.
No,
it doesn't matter. But the main draw of this is it is an incredibly interesting dynamic between every single party member. The story is emotionally rich but incredibly devastating at the best of times. It is not for the faint-hearted. If you are not one for wanting to feel feelings, it might not be the game for you, but my god does it hit you in the feels when it does. It is an excellently acted cast, from motion capture to voice work. The game is a beautiful looking game, a very expansive world as well, full of intrigue and mystery, and it's a game that completely captivated me from the very first moment that I started it, and just something that I just wanted to keep playing, despite the fact that it would wind my wife up to no end how much I was playing it. I loved every second of this game. Whilst it is a classic JRPG, it does have a lot more interesting in-depth mechanics with the parry system and the dodge system, including the Pictos and Luminous system. There's so many mechanics at play, but it all gels into one incredibly in-depth and well thought of package made by a team of people of 33 ex-Ubisoft developers. And that's my time.
I was going to say, it sounded like a timer.
It was. There
was a timer. We heard it then. I didn't hear it when Brent was talking.
Yeah, because it was closer to me to make sure that I kept my eye on it.
Gotcha.
Right. So, what's it going up against?
Abiotic Factor.
It's not Abiotic Factor.
It's
Slayers X Terminal Aftermath.
Okay.
Oh.
So
that works. Okay.
Kylie, I'm setting the timer for you. Your 2 minutes will begin now.
So, Slayers X Aftermath is a very, very interesting game in that it is not just a 90s love letter to FPSs and stuff like that, but the guy that wrote it made it. It's an indie pick. He apparently based this on a game he wrote in his mind in a notebook when he was 16 in 1998, I think. So late 90s, early 2000s. And now he finally has the ways and means to make it. He didn't change anything. It's intentionally bad fonts. It's terrible voice acting purposely. It's all terrible and cheesy, and it is just pure fun. Like, it is absolute fun. If you love FPSs, if you love 90s FPSs, which obviously I do, that's my whole shtick. Not only did I play it through on the easy level, I went and through on my stream and played it back on the extreme level or whatever, and just had just as much fun. It's just everything, and the music is on point. It looks like he got his friend to do the music, and then there's some kind of tribute to his friend in there who I think passed away. Also, he has like a tribute to his mom in there. I don't know, it's just very cool stuff. But the story's cheesy. You're I think you're a pizza guy or a McDonald's guy or a fast food guy or something, but you're also a CEO, because remember, this is like a 16-year-old thinking this up. And you have to protect the world from drug runners that are also aliens. There's several aliens in there, and there's all kind of homages. There is Duke Nukem homage. There is Doom. There, all of it. Quake. All of it's in there.
That's
And
your time.
also,
But finish your point. I'll allow you to finish the point.
I was just gonna say it also has the rats from the Sega game where you're in the comic. I think X Comic or Comic X, where the little
Comic
rat
Zone.
friend helps you. Comic Zone. That's I couldn't remember where the little rat friend helps you. That's in there too.
Nice.
I love it so much. But yes.
Okay. Thank you, Kylie.
Yes.
You didn't even mention it's a prequel to Hypnospace Outlaw.
It is. I couldn't remember all those names. It's too many names.
Typical.
My
It's a
brain
lot.
hurts.
That's the problem with trying to remember everything you want to say about a game in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I have notes. You didn't prepare notes?
I did. I can't even read my notes right now.
No. One does not prepare notes.
Passion should
for
be
the-
felt. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, there you go. But for the folks at home, because I didn't say it at the beginning, but yeah, I'm battling a massive eye infection, which is why
You'll be
I'm not my
fine.
usually peppy self, and I might check out at the end. We'll see.
You'll be fine.
Yes.
You got to see this through, Kylie. Come on.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Get through the first round at least.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
at least then we can just text.
Well,
just keep your phone nearby.
yeah,
I
just
can
keep-
text you and just go, "What's your vote?"
Yeah, there you go. That actually would work. No, but I will say this funny thing, and then we'll move on. But the pharmacist, she was like, "Well, just make sure you keep an eye on it." And I looked at her.
Ah.
She went, "Oh, you." I was like, "Yes."
That's so awful. Right, any questions? Anything you want to know about games?
What's the meaning of life?
42.
Oh wait, that's always look on the best
That's
side.
yes.
Yeah.
I love that so much, though.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I think we already know so much about Clair
About
Obscur
Clair
33 because it's been all over social media.
Yes.
It's been the
Pretty much.
rave of this year, and we already know it's going to go through.
Yes.
Do we?
Well,
I don't know. Slayer
you've been
6 might
decimated
have
in
a
the
chance.
past, Pete, so, you know, you
I
must
have played both of them.
It's all right. Whilst you deliberate, I'm just going to sit here and carry on playing Clair Obscur on my Steam Deck. Thank you very much.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh goodness.
Enchanté.
Uh-huh.
Nesh.
So, okay, right. So, Kylie, please tell me a little bit more about Slayers X. So, it's a first-person shooter. Obviously, it
It
takes
is.
a lot of inspirations. Is it very, very retro-themed, or is it more modernized visuals?
No, it is absolutely taken from, you could say, any one of us who were playing games in the late 90s. It's like they went into our brains and said, "Phew," and transferred it to on the screen, because it is the exact graphics. It's the exact, it's not just retro, it is so.
I'm literally looking at a screenshot of it right now,
Yeah.
and that HUD literally looks like
It's-
a mashup between Doom and
Yep.
Wolfenstein.
That's because that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's so nostalgic, but not in like I think I described it this way on my stream, which is nothing against Crow Country for those who've played it. Crow Country is a great game. It is. Love the developers, but it's trying so hard to be PS1 era graphics. Abiotic Factor is another one that's trying so hard to be PS1 era graphics, but they're made with like Abiotic Factor is made in Unreal Engine 5, so there's reflections and there's lighting that is very modernized. So it kind of takes away from it in a way, but it takes you out of the retro feel. I mean, whereas this is just it's 100%. If you held it right next to Duke Nukem, if you played it right next to Duke Nukem, you would be, they're made in the same year, 100%. It's wild.
Fair
You know,
enough.
this is a
everyone to play.
tough one. This really is a tough one for which one to choose, because
I
both
appreciate Mike's
games.
dedication to the bit.
To the bit. Oh yes. Now it's. I don't always vote for games, but when I do. Anyway, right. So look, this is going to be a tough one to vote between, and the reason is because I want to root for both of them. Now, Clair Obscur, obviously, you know, with its past, and it's got an absolutely stellar cast, stellar story, stellar lineup, and that's the thing. Everything is stellar. Everything is just so good about it from the ground up. And then you got Slayer X, and it's like, yeah, but this is an indie dev that's gone back to his,
it's a solo indie dev.
Yeah.
Solo indie dev, and it's like you really, really want to root for him as well. And it's like, do you know what? I think for me, if we're ready to vote, are we ready to vote?
I don't think there's any other questions, really.
No, there's no more questions.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Go on, Mike. Take it away. You clearly want to vote.
Oh, go on, then. All right, then. I am going to say, and this is this is the same reason for last year, okay? This is the same reason for last year, and it's because it's already, clean sweeped all of the votes. All of the awards, so I am going to go with Slayer X.
Fair.
I appreciate
Totally
that
fair.
very much, yeah.
Doesn't mean it's going to get win, but at least...
No, but at least it got a little...
one.
Yeah.
Brent?
It could be a tiebreaker. Hold on.
Hey, baby.
So I have played both. Thanks to Game Pass. And I enjoyed playing both.
Yes.
Feel like Slayer X didn't hold my attention that very long. Now that may be a difference in, a boomer shooter versus, JRPG.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
but,
I would say that's a huge difference, yes. It's not made to hold attention, that is very true.
So it's hard to really vote for something like that. That's just a short experience. I also feel like it doesn't really do anything better than any other boomer shooter.
That's again, I have to agree with that.
We kind of been flooded with those lately, and kind of stand out as difficult, I guess. But there are ways to innovate, and I don't think that it really did, and that may be on purpose, like you said.
Yeah.
It was trying to be true to the original. But when you have access to so many of these games, like, I could just go play Doom completely 4K with new content, on pass. Like, I feel like it needs that little extra to get me to keep playing it.
Slayer extra.
Extra content.
But my vote is going to go to Expedition 33 for those reasons.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Yep.
And if this wasn't round one, I would probably be doing what Mike's doing and think for the underdog. It just doesn't feel appropriate in round one.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
All right, so I'll go next. I really like the look of Slayer X. Like, it's such a shame it's gone up against such a juggernaut, unfortunately, because I probably would be exactly like the other guys. I would probably vote for it because it's something that would get my attention, and I'm not the biggest boomer shooter fan, as Brent put it, but I do like them, and this looks exactly like just good, clean, honest fun for a boomer shooter.
That's what it
and
is.
I'd be quite happy to vote for it if it wasn't coming up against the game that literally captivated me for months on end, the one that I nominated, and a game that I haven't stopped thinking about, talking about, and replaying for the last God knows how long, to the point where even my mate I had spoken to so much about it said I should play it, and I gifted it to him for his birthday just so he would shut up and finally play it.
Oh, that's great.
I have now spent money on it 3 times.
Yes.
So I have supported the developers in a major way, let's just say. And yeah, I can't vote for anything else. This game is just completely just enamored me in every way, shape and form. It's Expedition 33. Kylie?
Excellent. Yeah, I guess I'm the deciding vote.
Well,
not really, Kylie. I did vote for
You're good hire.
Players X, so this could go 2 for 2.
Yeah, but I don't feel good, so...
You haven't got to
don't feel like
debate
fighting.
or anything. You just go, no, Slayers X, and then we'll just have to push both of them forward.
Yeah, there you go. That's it, Pete.
Give
We'll
them
push
another
both forward.
opportunity.
No, I'll be very honest. Obviously, yes, I absolutely love Slayers X, and I encourage everyone. It is on Game Pass, but also if you don't do Game Pass, it's on Steam. You can even play as a demo.
Mm-hmm.
It was on Game Pass.
Oh, it was on Game Pass. Okay.
Ah, right, okay.
You can play it as a demo on Steam, so you don't have to put any money forth and whatever.
Excuse me whilst I download the demo.
Yes, there you go. Now, I will say this. I'm sitting here going, I don't want to defend a game, but I'm about to make another speech. Clair Obscur, I did take a run at it on my stream.
If you say so.
Yeah. Brent kept me hanging on. He kept me hanging on. He was like, you gotta give it more time. I will say it is definitely, if Slayers X is a love letter to the 90s, Clair Obscur is absolutely 100% yes, a love letter to the JRPGs, because it felt so much like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X, and I mean that in good ways. It didn't hold my attention, but I have a very small attention span right now. That's probably why I play Slayers X and stuff like that. So Clair Obscur has like a really deep story. It's very deeply moving. It has deep characters, and it's a lot, like Pete said, emotion. I am not the world's biggest emotional person.
No, it's exactly the reason why I prefaced it every time I talked about it.
Yeah.
That first hour is devastating.
It is, and that's not my thing. But I did do the caveat. I'm gonna do it here just because I'm covering my CMA or CYA. Cover your ass. It's very beautifully done. It's beautifully written, beautifully voice acted, terrifically written. I think I already said that. It is just a fabulous game, which is why it's gonna get my vote. But at the same time, I wanted to just shoot someone in the face.
Sometimes
like,
you just gotta shoot people in the face.
That's how
that
I
is
do
a cool mechanic in Expedition 33. You just never got to that point.
Yeah, Brent kept going, just keep playing, I did. I played the full hour and a half.
They have weak spots.
I did, and but I just needed to shoot something in the face, and cause it's too sad. I don't do sad. I do.
It has uplifting moments.
I'm sure those are in the future, and I probably will attempt it again. But it is quite emotional for those out there who enjoy that. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. So your vote was Clair Obscur?
It was Clair Obscur.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, Clair Obscur is through. So let's put that over to the side, and we'll draw the next game. So. This is where we get something completely crazy go up against something massive again.
Again? I was like, that was pretty crazy.
I mean, it's bound to happen eventually.
Yeah.
Kylie, you're up.
Oh, great.
Hey.
You've got to start. You've got 2 minutes to talk about Abiotic Factor. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I was gonna say settle in.
Actually, yeah. Sorry, let me restart the timer because Right, your time starts now. Okay.
Abiotic Factor. I've talked about it so much. I'm gonna keep talking about it. I am absolutely obsessed with it. I describe it as it's everything I wanted Fallout 4 to be, or everything that Fallout 4 attempted to be, with the added, homage to Half-Life and the original Halo, just all of that early 2000s space era games, which were all my favorite at the time. And it's got the perfect, it's base building, it's resource management, but not frustrating. There's nothing about this game that is frustrating, which is what puts me off a lot of crafting resource type games. In that, you have to go find the secret diamond on the third mountain on this planet over here, but you can't get to that planet till you have your ship upgraded here, blah, blah, blah. It's not like that. It's a smooth upgrades. It's just enjoyable. It's almost relaxing in a way. It's almost a chill game, but you are shooting aliens, so, that to me is chill. So every time it introduces a new problem, it introduces a new solution. And the thing is, it's not a one solution every time. So if you have a different play style, your solution may be on this path. If you think different, your solution's over here. I was already OP early on because just the way my brain works. And then the game finally caught up with me, and then I had to like actually do stuff in it. But even that was fun. Even that part was fun. But I also have the type of brain that likes organizing things and putting things in boxes and putting things in groups. So that's a pretty big, plus for me. The story is actually, it's so simplistic. But
sorry, that's your 2 minutes, but carry on. Finish your point.
I was going to say so simplistic, but so riveting, so addictive, type of thing. Ask me any, and I'll go. You can't ask me questions yet, can you?
Not yet, because I've got to draw on the next game.
Okay.
Mike's sitting here going, Christ, my games are not going to come out at all.
Don't be
Until now.
Nah, you're getting all 4 of your games drawn against each other.
Each other, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you are wrong. Because that is going up against Pokemon Legends ZA.
Oh no!
Okay, right.
So, let me just set the timer.
Yep, here we go.
Mr. Bond, your time begins now.
Okay, so Pokemon Legends ZA is set in the fictional city of Lumiose, where some strange things are going on with Pokemon that are causing them to mega evolve. Yeah, you remember that mechanic from, Pokemon X and Y, where you could, mega evolve your Pokemon and they'd be slightly stronger with better moves and stuff like that. Yeah, that's back in this game. So you play your typical trainer that goes into this city and then gets kind of roped into, trying to help save the city and stuff like that. You catch Pokemon. It is set in the Legends kind of spin-off series, so it's not a core Pokemon game, but you catch Pokemon. You have a slightly different combat mechanic this time around, where you can actually freely move around whilst fighting wild Pokemon and also trainers as well, so you can move them around and then attack freely on a 3D space. And yeah, it's all right to play. I quite enjoyed it. Is it the best Pokemon game around? No. Is it the best Pokemon Legends game? No. But I needed 4 nominations for this Game of the Year award, and this had to be one of them. So, out of the offerings that I had to choose, I only had a few, and this had to be one of them. So, yeah.
Yes.
You've got 28 seconds.
I've still got 28 seconds. How many people, continually talking? Right, okay. So there is an online mode where you can play with up to 4 people in an arena where you have 3 Pokemon fighting up against the other Pokemon as well. And yeah, it's all fun and games. Still got 15 seconds on the clock.
10
Bloody
seconds.
Hell, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What do I do? Start the Pokemon rap or something? Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
Right, you can call it there if you want. That's basically
I'll call it there. Yeah.
Fine.
That was great.
It's multi-platform. I forgot about that. It's on Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, yes. There you go.
Ooh, I feel Brent. Yeah, I feel Brent's going to start saying something about that.
Yeah. You should not have said that.
Right, I'm gonna start the deliberations out on this one. Mike, I want to know more about Pokemon Legends ZA. I have the sole question of why should I pay $10 or £10 more for an increase in frame rate between each version?
Now, do you want the corporate spiel answer, or would you like an honest answer?
Can I have both, please?
Right. The corporate spiel answer. Oh, but it has better visuals, better frame rates, better
No, it
loading
doesn't.
times. And the honest answer. You can play the Nintendo Switch 2 version, the physical version, on both consoles. So that's the plus there. But unless you want it just looking slightly better and slightly visuals, there's no real difference in between the two, to be fair.
Okay, and why should I also support the Pokemon Company when they can't even model a building properly?
Oh, you mean with the JPEG flat buildings?
Yeah.
JPEG
Literally only, I think,
things.
about 2 or 3 buildings in this entire game that have been modelled.
Pretty much. Like I said, I mean, this was going to be a very, very hard game to defend. I had to have 4 nominations. And the other games, I just thought, to be honest, I will be honest, this year for pickings for the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 games for Games of the Year was exceptionally tough. I mean, there was not terrible games, it's just there wasn't those that you think, oh, this is a system seller, this has got to be Game of the Year, this has absolutely wowed me. And so, I put Pokemon is like one of the lesser of the 4 evils kind of thing. So Pokemon's always going to sell numbers. It's always going to sell numbers. It's always going to sell millions, regardless. And it doesn't matter what quality it comes at. It's still going to sell. People are still going to love it, hate it, be mixed views on it. It's always going to be like that. The difference is whether it becomes a good Pokemon game or a great Pokemon game is whether your favourite Pokemon is in it. And it basically comes down to that.
Okay, fair.
I do enjoy the combat in it. I do enjoy the change and the shift in that, so that you have a bit more freedom. It's a bit more like Xenoblade Chronicles or like the later Final Fantasy, where you got like movement around and then you can use attacks here and there on a cooldown kind of thing.
Sure. Thank you. Anyone else?
No. Okay then, shall we vote?
All right, cool. Brent, you're going to cast first vote on this one.
So kind of expected Kiley to nominate Abiotic Factor.
Of course.
I actually did go play it on Game Pass, so I had to have that little bit of experience. Already mentioned before, not best in a Switch 2. Don't really play my Switch much outside of traveling anyway. It wasn't really worth the upgrade. But even then, I was never a huge fan of the Pokemon series. So it is kind of a tough one. I think just for the comment of Pokemon being multi-platform, I'm going to have to choose Abiotic Factor.
I knew that would rile you up. I knew it would.
That's very good.
I was talking to Mike just before the recording, and I said to him that you're going to have a hard time trying to defend any of these games with Brent.
That's great. That's the Brent brand.
Yep. So I'm going to cast my vote next, because obviously your 2 games are nominated against each other. I think it's pretty obvious how I'm going to vote on this one. I am a very long time lapsed Pokemon fan, and I have been very outward in my criticism of the Pokemon Company for many, many years. So I cannot, in good faith, actually nominate or vote for a Pokemon game that feels like a lazy cash grab again. So I'm going for Abiotic Factor, but also the main reason or the main factor why I'm voting for it is because I know how much it has absolutely enamoured Kiley all this basically since she played it, and every single stream that I've basically loaded up numerous times throughout the year has just been, I'm playing Abiotic Factor because I can't be bothered to play anything else, or I just really want to play this again, or oh, I've been pottering around doing this for God knows how long, I should go and face a boss.
Yes.
So
that's pretty much it.
I know it's enamoured you, and you've had numerous conversations with me on the show about it, and I know how passionate you feel about this one. So 2 factors why I'm voting Abiotic Factor. So Mike,
hilarious.
Go on.
Right, well, Kiley has been absolutely enamoured with Abiotic Factor, has enjoyed it from beginning to end. I cannot say the same for Pokemon. I played it, it was alright, it was a game. That is it. It's got some Pokemon in it that I like, it's got some gameplay mechanics that I quite enjoy. However, there are other games that I would more be likely to invest my time in playing than playing Pokémon Legends CA. I am sorry, it is what it is. So my vote will go to Abiotic Factor.
Kiley, just because of for parity's sakes, I want to know what's your vote?
I don't know, man. I have to think about this. No, I will say this: which it makes me laugh that the reason why Abiotic Factor is going through is not on its own merits, but that because Pokemon is not a great game, this particular one.
Newsflash!
The fact that it might be a good game might come up later on. Who knows?
Well, who knows? I might have faded by then. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, but you haven't got to discuss it again.
I know, that's true. That's good. My painkillers are wearing off big time. That's why I've gotten more quiet. Have you noticed that I'm not talking as much? I don't know if you've noticed that, but I kind of picked up on the fact that I'm not talking as much as I normally.
So now you're good. Now you're just going to load the next minute of plenty of words and nothing of substance.
That's true. Also, I'm voting for Abiotic Factor. I
Amazing,
know that comes
thank you.
as a surprise.
Big shock.
Sweet.
Big shock. So yeah, that's the next one through. So let's go for next. So what's next on the chopping block? Yeah, bye. Yeah, that can be gone now. Oh yeah, you're going to do the Concord thing like I did last year.
Oh god.
I haven't got a bin behind me to throw it up in the air.
No, I didn't have it in a bin. It just went on the back of the bed.
Yeah, it just went willy-nilly through it.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Oh.
Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment.
Ooh, here we go.
Okay.
So, Mike, your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, so Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is a Warriors game by Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo. It features characters from the Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, the Legend of Zelda series, only this time around it's not Link that's the protagonist, it is Zelda herself. It seems like Nintendo have been on a bit of a thing for the last couple of Zelda games with making Zelda more of the protagonist, with the likes of Echoes of Wisdom, and now this time for Age of Imprisonment. Yes. Obviously, for good reason, because the Age of Imprisonment takes place 10,000 years or so ago, which runs, I would say, parallel with the events of the game with Tears of the Kingdom, but seeing as it's set 10,000 years before, well, yeah, okay, so if you can excuse that kind of like time shift thing, if that makes sense. So it's a typical Warriors game. You go around, it's 1 versus 100. You fight loads of monsters, and there's like bosses, and then they've introduced like elemental bosses and stuff like that. Not a new thing for this game in particular. They did it with Age of Calamity, where they had like ice moblins and fire moblins and stuff like that. That you could use elemental attacks to your advantage against them. So if you had an ice moblin, you could use fire attacks or fire elemental attacks to help do more damage. If you enjoy Warriors games, you can get behind this and you'll have a blast. If you enjoy Zelda games, it's a nice change of pace. Pace.
Pace.
It's
the same. It's Hyrule. It's the same place.
It is. Now I can understand that a number of people are going to have like the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom fatigue, and the reason is because we've got 4 games set within the same universe. But I do like to think that this is a nice final like farewell to the series, so they can move on to the next game and wherever the story's going to take on from there.
That's your time.
Excellent.
I let you finish your point.
I think that was it. I think I just finished my point.
I mean, yeah, it had gone, and then you just had a couple of words there. That was fine.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'd let you finish the point. So
much appreciated, good sir.
Right, what's it going up against? Oh God, what's it go up against? Like some.
Go up against Metroid Prime. It's like, oh shit. Oh wait, can we?
Oh, 2 incredibly different games. 2 Point Museum.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm in trouble here.
So Brent, yours time starts now.
So this is the 3rd entry in the 2 Point series, moving away from the hospital college campus to a museum. And at glance, it would just seem like it's more of the same kind of building up of these locations and hiring staff and all that. But for some reason, in particular, seems to have really pushed the boundaries for the series as a whole. So first of all, it's not just one museum, it's several museums. Each one has a different feel to it. You have the Natural History Museum that you start with, kind of what you expect. From there, you can move to a aquarium kind of museum. You can move to a paranormal museum. There's a science museum. There's a lot of variety with that. And the story is kind of open-ended in the regards of once you kind of get started at that history museum, you can choose where to go set up next. And when you get bored of that, you can just go set up somewhere else. And so you always feel like there's something new. They also added an expedition kind of mode, I guess, the way to put it. You can hire people to send out expeditions to get artifacts. And it's this kind of new system of obtaining things other than just make money, buy thing. You now actually need to build a team that can go get the thing and then wait for the expedition to occur. Sometimes there'll be pop-ups of something happened and you have to choose the result. You know, they get stuck in sand. What are you going to do? You tell them to just retreat and come back and save your resources, or you tell them to push on and maybe lose one of the members you sent out. You've lost a staff member that you built up and gave them all the right skills and everything. Kind of adds this whole nother level of the game that I really wasn't expecting. And they've now announced that they have a DLC for it for a zoo, which again will just be another kind of variable, will be a lot different for the rest of the game.
That shit's on.
If you want that extra variety, they give you that option with purchasing the DLC.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome. So, deliberation time. Anyone have any questions for these two fine gents about this? Kylie, that's mainly aimed at you and me.
Yeah.
No questions from me. I'm familiar with both of them.
I'm familiar with both games, but I do have questions about both, so I'll start with Brent. What is it that makes this so different from the previous games, apart from what you've already explained?
So I think the variety has a lot to do with it. You know, if you play Hospital, it's just build up this hospital, go to this other area that has different diseases, whatever. You do it all over again. And it does kind of get... And you're always hiring doctors. You're never really hiring anyone else. In this one, it seems like every decision you make will influence it in some way to make it different.
Okay.
Hire which museum you decide to build up now. How you go about building it up, even using the expeditions, because that's kind of you as well. Do you, in the Natural History Museum, do you want to focus on fossils, focus on plants? You know, you can kind of make it your own, and you never feel like you're doing the same things over and over again. There's always a point where you can just say, oh, well, I don't feel like natural history today. You go to the paranormal museum and go catch some ghosts. Just a completely different play style.
Amazing.
Feels like. It's almost like it's 5 different games in one.
Awesome. And when you were playing this game, was it mainly on a controller or keyboard and mouse?
Played it on Xbox with a controller.
And what's the controller layout like? Because the problem with point and click games in this sort of variety is sometimes the controller option is not the best to be able to use.
I never noticed any issues. You have your kind of standard move around with one joystick and the camera with the other. You have a button to press to select something, and then that usually brings up some other sub menu that you can select and from. So just hold down a button to just pick something up and move it. That kind of makes it easy when you're trying to design your different faces and whatnot.
Sure.
Another button that brings up, I guess, your management wheel, I guess. So where you can buy things, do the kind of management.
Okay. Cool.
So it all flowed pretty well.
Well, I mean, it's on consoles, so I would expect that to be the case, especially on like the Switch as well. So, thank you. Mike?
Hello there.
The Hyrule Warriors games have usually had mixed to very low frame rates. Would you say that the performance on this one is actually like a lot better than previous incarnations of the Warriors series?
Oh, definitely. I mean, to be fair, it is only available on Switch 2. It's not on Switch 1, so obviously it's going to have a slight, performance boost there anyway, because it's a slightly better system. If it was on the Switch one, it probably would struggle. I would definitely admit to that if it was on Switch one, which is probably why it isn't. But on the Switch 2, I've not really had any problems with like frame rate drops, especially with like lots of enemies on the screen. It's been relatively smooth for me, so I really can't speak for other people. I mean, it does depend on the way that people play games sometimes. Sometimes they just have a bad game or whatnot, bad session, or it's just not running right, or there may be something, they've done something in the game that has, triggered all those enemies. I mean, I normally, when I see enemies on the screen, I'm normally just going straight in and taking them all out, so they never really like spawn too many at the same time anyway.
Okay.
But to each their own, really.
Yeah. What's the variety of characters' play styles like?
They have introduced a slightly new mechanic to this one, where you can pair up with another character for unique attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Attacks. So you build up a gauge, and then if the other one has got another gauge, there are similar kind of playstyles. I mean, it's all the same. You've got your weak attacks, your strong attacks, special attacks, and then you got like your skills and things that you can use. A lot of the skills are shared between them all. So like if you're using the bomb runes kind of thing, or if you're using stasis and that kind of stuff, that is pretty much the same across all characters, but the way that some of them play is slightly different. So some of them, for example, the Zora characters, they've got water-based attacks, as you would imagine. The Gerudo characters use lightning as like an automatic, like elemental attack, and the Gorons have got fire and that kind of thing. Some characters have got bow and arrows, whereas others have got short weapons, others have got long weapons, so like spears, halberds and whatnot. And yeah, there is a little bit of variety. I mean, if you've played a typical Warriors games, some of them have got like swords, some of them have got axes and stuff like that. It's that kind of thing. So
sure. So very much in the case of if you played a Warriors game, you know exactly what you're going to get with this. It's just with
pretty much
essentially a Zelda coat on it.
Yeah, which has pretty much been the same thing for all of the Hyrule Warriors games. I will say, as someone who's also played 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point Campus, I am intrigued by the fact that 2 Point Museum has a lot more variety when it comes to the different museums and things. Because obviously, like Brent has already said about, when you have a hospital, it's very much, okay, you build this clinic and everything is very, very hospital themed, and that is all you got. They expanded it a little bit with Campus, where it's like, okay, well, now you're a wizard in school, or now you're a rocket scientist, or now you got this going on, and that kind of stuff. But the fact that you have actual like museums dedicated to, like you said, like paranormal activity and that kind of stuff, and like natural history. There is one thing I do want to ask about that game. Did you get protesters outside saying that they want their artifacts sent back to their country?
No. I don't think that there would be any artifacts that qualify for that in the game, to be honest.
Give us back our mummies! Give us back our mummies!
Yeah. In the Natural History Museum, they don't have artifacts like that. They'll have like ancient tools, I guess, would be like the closest thing.
Right.
And then, of course, you have the aquarium, so it's all fish, normal. I think ghosts are asking for their things back. Maybe.
They might be. You never know.
Science Museum, Space Museum. I mean, I guess if there's aliens, maybe they want their space art back.
We want our meal back.
Butt probes. They're anal probes.
Oh, for God's sake. Of course.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
This is a prestigious event, and you're talking about butt plugs.
I always do.
And
What's different from the mainstream
Plugs
games
and anal
industry at the
probes.
moment?
pretty much.
Anyway.
Exactly.
Right, so let's get to voting. Kylie, I'll throw this over to you quick.
Yeah, even though I do adore when they put Zelda as the lead, well, I adore it, but also it takes it away when I troll people and they're playing like a Legend of Zelda game and Link's on the screen. I'm like, oh, you're playing, that's Zelda, I love Zelda, make Zelda jump and all that kind of stuff. I like pissing people off by calling Link Zelda. But
excuse me.
Oh, I love that
Princess.
cartoon. It's my favorite. I always wanted to find a Link the Twink that would say that. But she knew I had to get that in there. No, I love all of the 2 point everything. Obviously, it's resource management. It's base building in its own sort of way. Simulation, all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I'll have to go with that. I like building things.
Sure. I'm going to cast my vote. I like the Warriors games. There's been a lot of them. I'm not as big. I'm not as big a Zelda fan. I can appreciate what it does, but I'm very much in the definitely fatigued by the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom universe like now. So it's probably a reason why I haven't decided to go and pick up Hyrule Warriors as a result. I am definitely more inclined to go and pick up 2 Point Museum after the fact that 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point Campus were both incredibly excellent and well developed games, and this was very much on my radar this year. It's another one I just didn't get time to play, because if you're going to play a game like this, you need time. So another one, probably will pick it up and go and play it over Christmas, maybe in the new year. 2 Point Museum gets my vote.
That's understandable.
Brent?
I think it's obvious that I'm going to choose my own.
Yeah.
I do enjoy the new direction that we're going with for the Wild in that universe and whatnot. I was never a big fan of the Warrior series. Feels like a weird kind of crossover to me. I guess I always felt like the Legend of Zelda games have always been story-driven and RPG-like.
Yeah.
My vote will be for 2 Point Museum.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Mike, your vote?
Well,
what if you were
this had
voting?
gone up against any other game, I probably would have voted for 2 Point Museum, because I do like the fact that there is that progression where the game does do something more over, its predecessors. It's something different. It's not just, it's the same again, but, different. What's it? Same, but different?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And Hyrule Warriors, as much as I do thoroughly enjoy the game, and it will be getting my vote, because obviously I do enjoy the Hyrule Warriors series, the Legend of Zelda series, so my vote goes there. But in defense to 2 Point Museum, Hyrule Warriors doesn't really do that much more different to the game that came before. Yeah, there's more story to it, there's more narrative, and there's, great funny characters and interactions, and the combat of the game is still, as good as ever, but it doesn't do anything to progress it further.
Fair.
That makes sense. So I do vote for Hyrule Warriors, but I'm glad that 2 Point Museum gets to go through.
Sure. Okay, so quick time check. We're an hour and 13 in, and we've only done 4 games so far.
Yeah, my pain medicine is wearing off super fast.
I know, right. We're hopefully going to get to another one of your games so that you can just go, I don't have to talk for a while. Right. Hopefully. And this is where I get all 3 of my games drawn out next.
I have 1 game left.
Yeah. So... Kylie, you're up.
Yes.
Doom the Dark Ages.
Woo!
So your 2 minutes begins now.
I feel bad that I can't give it the justice it deserves because I feel like poop. But it's Doom. It's freaking Doom.
Doom.
Like everyone knows, it's Doom. Doom. It's the best FPS. Here's what I'll say. I won't just say that. It is a great FPS. It is, to me, it has improved upon, it definitely improved upon Doom 2016, which, Doom, not Infinite, Doom.
Eternal.
Yeah.
See, it's Halo Infinite and Doom Eternal came out at the same time. But Doom Eternal improved upon 2016, but Doom the Dark Ages improved on both of them. It has just got some straight up fun mechanics. the shield bashing, the different guns, because it is set in the kind of medieval times, even though it's that weird kind of futuristic hellscape, but also medieval. So you get to go medieval on everyone's ass with the various guns and things. There's some weird points that are kind of weird. There's like little shops set up in the middle of these demon fights. That's kind of weird. But at least it's in-game currency and you can grind for it and stuff like that. And we all know I love grinding. But it's just fun. Like, it doesn't have a deep story, but Doom doesn't. It's a confusing story. Humans mined hell for energy, and then the demons got mad. And that's where we're at. Fast forward. Well, rewind. Back to the future on this one. But outside of that, you just shoot things in the face, and it's fun. And then you get to be a giant mecha Doom guy, which is like the coolest thing ever. They knew what they were doing.
That's your 2 minutes. That's your 2 minutes. I'm just letting you finish on the Mecha Doom guy. And that was
I didn't want to leave Mecha Doom. I just wish that was a whole DLC. That was so fun.
Who knows? It might even be a DLC.
Who knows? It was so fun. Oh, my eye hurts.
Come on, you can make it through. You're good.
I'm trying.
I know. I commend you trying.
Oh, no.
This is a game that it shouldn't have gone up against. Good God.
No.
But it seems appropriate. Metroid Prime 4.
Oh, no.
Yep. As soon as you said, right, do the Dark Ages, I think it's going up against Metroid. It's going up against
Oh, what the hell.
Okay, I mean, this is great because we've got two of the biggest badasses with the best looking armor going. We've got Doomslayer or Doom Guy against Samus Aran. I mean, okay, right.
Yeah. Right, your 2 minutes begins now.
Okay, so Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is, even though it's Prime in the name, it's not necessarily necessary to have played the other three games in the series. So you can pretty much jump in this straight from the get-go. You play as Samus Aran, who is a bounty hunter who, in the middle of a war or something with the Galactic Federation against the space pirates, somehow gets teleported halfway across the galaxy to an all-new planet called Buros. And as she is there, she has to do what she does best, go around scanning absolutely every single creature going, enemies, fauna, flora, doors, panels, the name. That doesn't sound like fun. I know it doesn't sound like fun. No, you do shoot things. You do get to shoot things in very, very typical Doom style as well, where you go around, shoot enemies that attack you. But this is obviously based more on exploration than it is combat, even though there are moments where you can get attacked by enemies from different angles, and then you have to sort of survive and kill them in any means possible.
Yes.
You do get on occasion in this game, which is I think is a first for this series, where you have to get like NPC counterparts who kind of join you but don't, so you have to technically rescue them, and then you get like helpful tips and hints from them. One of them, who I will affectionately call Miles McLovin McKenzie, because he looks like McLovin.
Awesome.
He is there's a lot of mixed opinions about McLovin, as I like to call him. He did warm up to me in the end, or I warmed up to him. He was a little bit annoying in the beginning, but I did warm up to him. And he kind of is like the Navi of the game, who kind of like tells you, hey, you need to do this, and have you considered doing that? And some people said that he was very, very, a lot of it, it's a bit too much. Maybe they could have dialed it back a bit, but I found it just about right, because I found myself getting lost more times than not. So hearing that voice saying, hey, have you tried doing this yet? And it's like, thank you. Thank you for telling me.
That's your 2 minutes. I can't have you talking anymore about Miles.
No.
Good God.
Miles McLovin.
Christ. Right. So that's it. Right. So, Brent, I'll leave it open to you. Any questions that you have about any of the two games?
So you mentioned that Metroid Prime 4 is more exploration than combat? So would you still call it a shooter?
I mean, it is a shooter first and foremost because you do have to shoot things. Then there are points where you can't go past or you can't continue on until you've killed everything in the room where the danger is. The difference to like with Doom, where Doom is very, very fast paced and you know you've got to be very, very quick with your reflexes and that because you will easily get wiped out and killed. But you get the payoff that when you defeat enemies, depending on how you kill them. Oh, well, I know in Eternal, it's kind of more like that. I don't know about the Dark Ages, where like if you kill them a certain way, you get ammo. If you kill them another way, you get armor back and stuff like that. Here, you technically do, but not in the same regard. So if you kill enemies, you will get health pickups and or health gets dropped that you can pick up, and then you primarily have your arm cannon for shooting, and then you can use rockets and you can get like elemental, what they call shots in this game, so you can get fire shot and ice shot. It was kind of labelled as an open world game, but it's not, which Pete is all very familiar with as well, seeing as he's been playing the game himself.
That bloody open world.
Yeah. Open world. Basically, it's a great big desert, and all the all the real interesting places take place off center of the desert, or off in the far reaches. Mm-hmm. It's the desert area is its biggest letdown. I will say that. It's cool that you get to ride a motorbike around it, and I'm guessing one of the developers was or the producer was a huge motorcycle enthusiast, and it's like, yeah, we've got to have this in the game. It's something that could have really easily have been done without. I'm glad that, they were trying to do new things with it and introduce new mechanics, but I don't think this was necessarily the way to do it.
Sure.
But I am enjoying the game. I did go through a moment where I was in a bit of a rut. It's like, okay, do I continue with this or do I not? Especially with like the desert area. But then like visiting the Ice Belt and the Vault Forge, which are the names of like the different areas in the game, and the different mechanics and things that you have to use, and there's puzzles and things that you have to try and solve, and that I found them a lot of fun. So Metroid Prime's not winning. I know this.
No,
I'm just talking for the sake of talking. This will be the longest I get to talk because afterwards I'm going to be sitting here very, very quiet.
Okay. Mike, why should I vote for a game that gives you a Mario Kart-esque tutorial of Viola?
Oh goodness.
I mean, you can turn the tutorials off.
No,
you have to know where to turn them off.
No, this one was actually mandatory.
Oh, you mean the actual part of how to use the vehicle?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, it's nice to be able to have that because some people will probably just go in and be like, okay, well, what am I doing? I mean, the problem with it, I think, is that the amount of time that you actually spend on the motorbike is usually only to traverse from one point of the map to the other. Mm-hmm. So, like, okay, using the blaster or whatever, where you target things and then I mean, sometimes it can be easily missed, I suppose, because there's a lot of times when I'm riding the bike, it's like, oh, how do I shoot again? You go automatically ZR, and it's like, no, it's not ZR. You have to press A. So, yeah, I kind of get that. Did it really need the tutorial? Possibly not. Is it there? Well, yeah, it is.
Sure.
So,
okay. Also, this game has numerous control options, let's say, for the Switch 2 version. Mm-hmm. Is the mouse controls actually worth doing at all? Because it was one of the things that was quite a selling feature of the game.
I think now, probably against bosses, it is definitely helpful. Mm-hmm. Fighting against standard, typical enemies, you're probably very rarely going to use mouse controls. Why? Because you have auto lock-on. So you can automatically lock onto an enemy and then just fire, kill them, move on to the next one. When it comes to bosses, there are certain points on weak points on the boss where it doesn't lock onto it. So there it would be very, very handy to use the mouse to actually, fine-tune where to shoot on the boss. Because when they're moving, you need to be able to keep up with that pace, which you can't normally do if, like, right joystick, if that makes sense. You'd have to make it really, really sensitive. And then even then, you'll be lucky if you shoot. So mouse controls help refine that a little bit.
Okay. Is it comfortable, though?
I mean, it's comfortable
without a peripheral.
Peripheral. Well, mouse controls are mouse controls, unfortunately, when it comes to the actual Switch 2. I mean, if you was doing it for a long period of time, probably not going to be worth your time. Your hand will definitely cramp up. So beat the bosses as quick as you can, which that's all good, well and good saying that, but yeah.
All right, Kylie, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
It was stated during the review period for Doom: The Dark Ages that the open world sections were probably some of the worst in the game. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Well, I wouldn't insofar as they may call themselves open world. It's not open world. It's so on rails.
Okay.
Yeah, it's... I know what they were going for. But it's on rails. It's not open world. You can double back, but you could do that in Doom Eternal. So
You can do that in Metroid Prime 4 as well.
yeah, so
Yeah,
they're probably equal on their
but
open worldness.
Let's be honest though, Metroid Prime 4 probably forces you to go back numerous times.
Yes. It does.
Anyway,
It does.
Brent, did you have any more questions? Cool. Let's get to the votes. I'll take the first on this one. As someone who's played both, one for a small amount of time and one for an extended period of time. I'm gonna solely base this on the game that I would probably go back to more frequently, and it's gonna be Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm not a boomer shooter fan usually. But Doom 2016 was good fun. Doom Eternal was okay. It's not my bag, but it's not my bag, baby. But the extended period of Metroid Prime 4 that I have played, I found myself getting more and more frustrated with it and not wanting to play it more than anything. It claims to be an exploration game, but I find that it's mostly on rails still, and it's a non-existent story, whereas I'll take a bombastic, ridiculous story over a non-existent one any day of the week. So yeah, Doom: Dark Ages gets my vote. Brent?
So I have played Doom. Again, it's on Game Pass, so why not? I was interested when you mentioned Metroid Prime 4 being a little bit more exploration-oriented. Pete seems to think that's not really followed through, and it seems like the controls may be an issue. For a minute, there was a toss-up between the two. I think that the negatives are starting to pile up for Metroid. There really isn't any negatives for Doom, so I'm going to vote for Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is about Metroid Prime 4, as much as I want to love the game, the one thing that Mike didn't actually put down on it at all is it is without a doubt the best best looking Switch 2 game there is out there. It's a beautifully stunning game, but it's definitely something I said in your podcast. It's more style over substance.
Oh yes. I mean, some people have been very, very vocal about the story of the game as well, being very, very lackluster. I won't say as to why or whatnot, because obviously spoilers. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who is playing the game, but it does leave a bit of taste in people's mouths, I will say. The visual style is absolutely beautiful. It is one of the best looking games, which is why I am generally championing this game. But I know it's not going to win Game of the Year now, but it is still one of the best games on Nintendo Switch 2. And even on Nintendo Switch, because it is still a very, very good game that looks absolutely brilliant on that. Loading times are a lot longer, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. Unfortunately, I haven't played Doom: The Dark Ages. They never did bring it over to Switch 2, but if they did, it would... Yeah. I can understand. These are two very, very good games to go up against each other, to be fair. And it is just literally comes down to, your personal preference. Yeah. Is it your bad gal, Samus, or is it, your bad hell's biggest baddie?
Yeah.
Doomslayer.
And also to sing up the praises of Metroid Prime 4 in a little bit more of a way as well, just because the fact that it achieves 4K 60, flawlessly as well on the system that is underpowered compared to everything else. absolute marvel.
Oh yeah.
It should be a direct shot in the arm to everyone in the industry that you can achieve 4K 60 on stuff that should be more powerful than what the Switch 2 has. So take note, industry, please make it happen.
And 1080p 120 hertz as well. So
yeah, and that's in handheld mode as well. So there are some good points to it, but yeah, it's just the game itself is questionable. Kylie?
Yeah.
Well, I do love Samus. Absolutely adore, because it's one of the first female protagonists, along with Lara Croft. Also, do you want to see the new trailer?
Let's not talk about that. That's next week.
Okay. I have a lot to talk about next week when I'm not in so much pain. But
I know. I know. I was going to say so much for like, I'm in pain and I'm going to try and sidestep this.
I'll be one of those people whose like legs cut off, and I'll still be talking about the weather or something.
Amazing.
But
so doomy doom doom doom.
Mood, so doomy doom doom.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Mike,
it's okay, Kylie. I'm sure the feminists are not going to hate you for choosing Doom over, you know, typical strong woman here, Samus Aran. Don't worry about it.
I chose a man over a woman.
Shocking. You should believe the whammy.
Oh goodness.
Well, I do actually vote for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. So, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that's completely beyond you now.
How long were you sitting on that one for, Pete?
Just this second.
Since the beginning of this.
No, just this second, quite literally. Yeah. So I want to move on because Kylie is losing it.
Yeah,
I know. So next up, we have got. This is the problem with tying these up so small. I can barely open them.
She said.
Curse these giant mitts.
Ooh. Brent, you are up with Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, nice.
So your 2 minutes starts now.
Probably another controversial pick, but I really do think it did what it was to do well. I think that they were able to showcase a new location, a new time, and they kind of rebooted things again, because they don't really have the modern day timeline like they've had in the past. It's kind of, there's still a little bit of like anime stuff, but it's really not the forefront of the game. So liked the dual protagonist. You can play as Nawe, that kind of thick, old school Assassin's Creed feel where you're sneaking around and not to be seen. Or you can choose Yusuke and have the more modern experience where you're more active in combat and you're trying to force your way through things, I guess is the way to put it. Either way, either play style's fine. I find myself switching between them just because I'll get bored of the stealth for a while and I just want to go brute force things, and then I get that and decide to go back. And I think that really helps the game in the end, that you can have that variety. People will talk about the transactions. That's a good addition to the game. That's allowed them to have a lot of free updates, including crossovers. But a Dead by Daylight crossover for Halloween, crossover right now with those wouldn't have been possible without those microtransactions. Those updates, the content is actually free. You don't have to pay for that. It's only the cosmetics. So I'm okay with it. Also, you can earn these currency called keys through the free battle pass or just finding them out in the world. And you can spend those on cosmetics from those packs that would normally cost money. You just get them individually as opposed to in a pack. You may have to wait a week or two before the cosmetics or the gameplay items come up that you want, but you can get them completely free. So there's no there.
That's your 2 minutes. I was letting you finish on that point, so cool. Right, so what's it going up against? I can't open things. Oh, I knew this was going to come up. Christ.
Is it yours, Pete?
Split Fiction.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You got this.
I'll try.
Oh, I don't feel good though. I am fainting.
I know. Right, my 2 minutes begins now. So, this game is a co-op multiplayer game, much like It Takes Two and A Way Out. Why is that? Because it's made by Hazelight Studios, who made those games. Everyone knows who Joseph Fares is, the man who said F the Oscars at the Game Awards. This is his and his studio's new game. Surprisingly, an EA game as well, which makes no sense to me. You play as two protagonists, and this is a co-op game. Can only be played in co-op. Can be either played online or locally. And you follow two protagonists through various different worlds, including a sci-fi world and a fantasy world that are each written by each one of the particular authors. I will say the story is very heavy-handed in its use of plagiarism and stealing and, AI and all that sort of thing. But it's Joseph Fares. That man wears his influences all over the place. It's very obvious. But in terms of the game itself, it's an incredibly fun, interesting story. Played with friends, played with strangers, and it's just it's incredibly well crafted. The fact that you go between a sci-fi area to then go into the next level, which is a fantasy level, and the gameplay mixes it up as such, I think is really quite creative. Very similar in the vein to It Takes Two, where you had very much different areas. It's similar in that respect, so you get two completely different gameplay styles, and it's just a lot of fun. Me and Kiley played this on stream, still haven't finished it yet, but that's due to time constraints, unfortunately, and I've loved every minute of playing this game. I don't think it's as good as It Takes Two, but it's still such a fun game. And that's my 2 minutes, literally just on the buzzer. So, right. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I did not want Split Fiction coming up against Assassin's Creed at all. So, the floor's open. Mike, Kiley, get your fill.
Oh. Go on, Kiley, you can go first.
Well, I don't really have much questions because I played Split Fiction with Pete.
I made sure to preface that during the argument.
Yeah. And then I'm very well familiar with Assassin's Creed game, but I haven't played it, to be fair, and everything. But are we doing votes yet, or is this just the questions?
Just the questions. Okay. So, Mike?
Yeah. I don't have no questions.
Right, okay, so now I've not played either games, though I am familiar with both of them. I'm very familiar with the Assassin's Creed series anyway, and Black Flag is still the pinnacle for me of the best Assassin's Creed games.
I liked it.
Wow,
my
controversial
sister
point.
I liked it.
I know, right?
No, I'm taking the mick. It's like the
either
most
Black
popular.
Flag or two. That's the only one that people have to say is best.
I mean, pirates, man. I mean, come on.
Pirates,
Exactly.
man. Pirates, man.
Pirates. just to play Pirate Life Simulator, basically. I do like the fact that it is set in like feudal Japan. I've gone on a huge kick at the moment where I've been watching a lot of things like Shogun, for example, which is a spectacular show. Mm-hmm. I also watched an anime recently called Blue Eye Samurai. That was very good. It is very good. And I'd like to see, more like these stories, especially with, like the Japanese influence and feudal Japan. And I am very interested in picking up Assassin's Creed Shadows. The only thing that's really stopped me from picking it up, and
it's not on Switch
two
too.
things.
Yeah,
it is on Switch too.
Not yet,
but it is coming to Switch too.
Yeah.
But therein lies a problem there. First off, we have been long-term, not supporting Ubisoft for many reasons because of their, naughty scandals and things like that they've done over the past years. Which, Which is a shame because, like, when it comes to like Ubisoft Milan, we did support them for the Mario Rabbids games and that because they were absolute brilliant games. And there are a lot of great games that come out from Ubisoft, and we do like to support the individual developers because of that. But it's hard to support the company when they'll just keep doing these god awful practices.
Can I step in there and say I would say the same thing about EA, but it's quite easy to support Hazelight because they make good games, and that's how we should look at it.
Yes, that is it. That this is the thing. So I'm trying to look more at the game itself. What is it they say? Look at the art, not the artist, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the one that kicks me off with Assassin's Creed Shadows is that when it does come to Switch 2, it's going to be a game key card, and I can't get behind that for that because it's one of those games I'd really like to have physically, or I've got to go the digital route with it. Good thing is I know that because it being Ubisoft, it will probably drop down to about €20 or whatever next year for the Nintendo Switch, and I'll probably pick it up then.
Yeah, I think it's kind of necessary because even my version on the Xbox has 2 discs. So I was kind of afraid that it just wouldn't be possible to put it on a cartridge.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, even if the thing is if it was, on the cart is some of it, and then you had to download the rest of it, fine, that's fair enough. You can get behind that anyway, because you're going to download it anyway, and you'd have the cartridge. But the fact that it's like, okay, but essentially it's a digital game that you can only play if you put in the cartridge. With this game keycard nonsense.
I don't know if that's hard to say that that's their fault or Nintendo's fault.
It is anybody's fault who thinks that is a good idea, basically.
Yes, Capcom,
stop
other putting your goddamn games on game keycards. I'm really annoyed about Street Fighter 6, by the way.
Yeah, same here. And also Monster Hunter Stories 3, and I think Pragmata is very much the same. And
Resident Evil Requiem's going to be the same.
Yeah, it's all going to be, game keycard. Yeah, that sounds great. We get physical boxes and a piece of plastic that literally has nothing.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, so you may as well just go digital for that point. But I'm not holding that against the game itself. I'm just holding that against my personal choices of buying the game. Even though, for example, I have got Street Fighter 6 physically. I have got, physically, game key card, and Hitman, but only because it is the only way that you can get them digitally, but it's just, I wanted the box. They look cool, so I got the boxes. I'm a sucker for that, but I've got to say, no, when it comes to other games as well, it's no, I'm going to have to go digital with that route. As for Split Fiction, it is a game that I've heard Pete and Kiley talk about a lot, and they're very, very, invested in it and absolutely enjoy it. But I must say, I'm an Assassin's Creed fan, baby. So if we're ready for voting, I'm going to have to say Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Let me just take a look at this quickly. I just want to look at this. Well, you'll be happy to know that Split Fiction on the Switch 2 is not a game keycard. It is a digital download in a box, though. Which is nearly as bad.
Do you know what? It's nearly as bad, but not as much, because it'll still be cheaper than it would be if it was a game keycard.
It's £40 on the Switch, which is not bad.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kiley, who are you voting for?
Well, I will say this. Some of the absolute lost my breath. I was laughing so hard.
Oh, God, yeah.
Moments came from, and just moments of absolute whimsy came from Split Fiction, because we got to play Pigs Who Farted, which is amazing. And then we got to be sausages.
Oh, God.
Hot dogs on a grill. And then we had to hop to a bun, and then we got eaten. I mean, that's gaming, man. That's gaming in 2025. I like any game where I can be a hot dog being cooked or
a farting pig
that can fly. It's gonna win. It's just gonna win. So my vote's gotta go there, even just for that.
Brent, I'll let you take this one next.
I am looking forward to playing Split Fiction. I did enjoy the other Hazelight games, including the one you didn't mention. Others,
There
Tale
was
of Two.
one more.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. Apologies.
it's very
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting for it to EA Play via Game Pass, which will be probably any day now. To be honest,
I'm surprised it's
usually
not
about a
actually on there yet.
6 months delay or so. So yeah, be here enough. I'll get to play it. But you admitted yourself that it's not as good as their previous game.
No.
So I feel like talking about Game of the Year, want innovation, want new experiences, it's not any better. Just can't vote for that.
I agree. Yeah.
AC Shadows, on the other hand, I really do believe did innovate dual protagonist system and taking out that modern day setting, and they really found some new starting point for the series. I believe. I'm gonna have to vote for it.
Fair enough. Whilst I agree that it's not as good as It Takes Two, it's very hard to it's hard to top a game that has a character like Dr. Hakim. It Takes Two, because that character is mental and is hilarious. So you don't have that with Split Fiction, but what you do have with Split Fiction is such a good, fun, genuinely decent experience had with friends, whether it be locally or online. The fact that I paid for the game and Kylie could play it for free was an absolute bonus to me. It's a cheaper game. It's a single player game with no microtransactions, no extra bonuses.
It is
no
not
anything
single
like
player.
That. Sorry? Well, you know,
it's not single player.
Apologies. Yeah, sorry. It's an experience. You know, it's a co-op experience, let's say, but it's not got the usual, like, it's not got DLC. It's not got anything like that, and it doesn't need to have it because it just stands on its own merits. Whereas I think Assassin's Creed, I cannot in good conscience support Ubisoft after some of the stuff that they've put out, some of their business practices and all that sort of thing. And I would say the same about EA as well. It's hard to toss the two up. Assassin's Creed is just a series that I fell out of love with many, many years ago, and it feels like the dual protagonist thing is just, we've split the two play styles because we don't want to have a singular character anymore who does both, which is fine. I completely respect their decision. I just feel like there looks like there's more problems with that game than there is actual, like, fun. There might be a lot more fun in there that I haven't seen because I haven't played it, but I just have no willing to want to go and play it. So for me, it's Split Fiction. So we're unfortunately tied here. We've hit our first stalemate.
Impasse.
Well,
we are at an impasse.
About Shadows that was supposed to be in future. I guess I can talk about that.
Sorry?
So you mentioned fun.
Yeah.
One of the first kind of random encounters that I came across just exploring the world were these two warriors, one of them wearing a helmet made from a melon, and the other one wearing a helmet made from a watermelon. They're locked in combat, and when you come up to them, they like demand that you choose a side. You have to choose between melon or watermelon. Whichever one you don't choose, you have to fight that warrior.
Oh no.
That was just a really fun moment.
I choose Penelope.
That's basically what happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, the crossover events have been a lot of fun.
That's
I liked both of them. Telling Kiley on stream about one that's currently active, Attack on Titan. I know very little about it. I really enjoyed the experience. It was a lot of fun, and it kind of ended on, I don't know if a cliffhanger is a word, but there were some questions that didn't get fully resolved, so I'm hoping that there's going to be a part 2 in the future.
Sure.
And hopefully newer silver events and free updates will kind of have that same feel to it. It's just kind of fun, a little side tangent, I guess, to the rest of the game.
Yep.
I also didn't touch on the story. I think it's fairly engaging with the beginning. you're playing as Nawe, and there's a warlord that comes into town, and your father, on foot, starts Nawe's journey to try to kill not only that character, also everyone in his circle. That's kind of the main story of the game. Yusuke is actually employed by that warlord, but kind of is a turning point a bit later into the game. That's why they end up joining you. And I just find that whole story beat, although it may be a little cliche, it's just easy to digest. It's easy to understand.
Fair.
And I just kind of appreciated having something that's not very complex, like some of the other Assassin's Creed games in Reach of Memory have been with their stories.
Yeah, that's what I have heard about it, at least, is it is a little bit more streamlined than the previous entries in the series, like Odyssey and Origins. So I can respect that. Putting aside all of what I talked about with Ubisoft, am I really going to get much of a different experience with Assassin's Creed Shadow as I did with say Ghost of Tsushima or Ghost of Yotei? I haven't played Ghost of Yotei, but very similar sort of experiences in that respect. Open world samurai games. Is there going to be much delineation in terms of gameplay from that? Probably not, if I'm honest. And I'll probably more likely go and play Ghost of Tsushima than I probably would Assassin's Creed Shadows.
You have that choice?
I do, yeah, and that's the good thing about it. But in terms of Split Fiction, it'd be the same thing. I could go and play It Takes Two or A Way Out or Split Fiction. It's very much dependent on what my mood is at the time. Do I want to play a game about a feuding couple? Do I want to play a game about plagiarism in authors? I don't mind. Do I want to pick up a game where I can get eaten? Because I can be a hot dog and get cooked and eaten. For me, it's just that pure joy of like Split Fiction is why I enjoyed it as like more of the experience. It's the left turns that it takes at certain points just to go from a very serious narrative point to a side story that is completely obscure and ridiculous. And yeah, I just had a lot of fun playing it. And I think a lot of what this is all about is what's the more fun game. And I'm not saying Assassin's Creed Shadows isn't a fun game. I think just for me, like Split Fiction is just more of a fun experience.
Unfortunately for me, I actually found it more difficult to find someone to play through these games with.
Yeah,
Way Out.
Yeah,
I did find someone to play through it with me. It was a shorter experience.
Mm-hmm.
I've restarted It Takes Two at least 3 times with different people. None of them have followed through to the end with me. So I'm going to have to restart it a 4th time, find someone else that I'll play it with.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I've wanted to finish the end of Split Fiction, but because Kylie hasn't been available, I haven't wanted to start it again and play it and save over my point, which is quite disappointing.
I mean, that is a very good, very, very valid point.
It is.
I mean,
It's a valid point.
Assassin's Creed Shadows, you can play it on your own. You're not dependent on anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Split Fiction, are you obligated that you have to play it with a second person?
Yes. You cannot play on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not even just matchmaking. You can't just find a random person on.
Oh, you can. Yeah, you can.
Oh, they did add that?
Yeah, they did add a random option, but it's just obviously if you've already got a game in play, then it will either pick it up at that point or you have to start over. And I'm not sure I want to start over with a complete random. Which is, look, if I would have played the game like completely at random with someone online, fine, I would have done it. But because I was playing it with Kylie, I wouldn't have wanted to do that because she wouldn't get to experience the last bit of the story that we're on.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very valid point. Like, you can just pick up Assassin's Creed and just play it whenever you like to your heart's content, whereas Split Fiction, you just can't do that.
Yeah, and I think that's something to consider for Game of the Year. You want it to be a game that's accessible to as many people as possible.
Yeah.
It could be a great game, but if you've never found a partner to play through it with, what's the point?
Fine, I'm changing. I'm going to change my vote. I don't like to do it because I'm going against my own game, but for the sake of moving this argument on, I don't see anyone else changing. I'm going to have to change my vote to Assassin's Creed, and it pains me to say it because Split Fiction is probably the better game. But if I manage to find Assassin's Creed Shadows used for 20 quid, I might pick it up.
You probably already can, to be honest.
Yeah, I probably should, but yeah. All right. We've got our first devastation.
Oh, first, I've got one game left and not a single one's gone through yet. That's devastation.
Nah, because all three of them are rightly gone out.
Oh my
God.
I kid, of course.
I think we expected this to happen at some point, that there would be a stalemate. Somebody would have to switch.
But I'm literally at the end. I'm gonna have to go.
Well, just can you hold fire just slightly longer? Just slightly.
I'm trying.
I know.
Yeah, like I said, if we get through round one, I think that's a good.
Yeah, and
point.
then we can text you votes.
Okay.
Just as long as you keep your bloody phone on you, of course.
No, I will.
Okay.
Absolutely, I will.
Right, Mr. Mike, Mr. Bond, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Your time starts now.
Okay, so Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is a racing game, basically. Kart racing game. If you've played Mario Kart or any of the other Sonic racing games, you kind of know what you're getting with it. I was within two minds of which game I was going to choose because obviously being a big Nintendo fan, I had Mario Kart World and then there was Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Why did I go with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds over Mario Kart World? I suppose because it does do something a little bit different that Mario Kart World just doesn't. Having played both Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Mario Kart World, I always do see Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being a slightly better game overall, and a game that you can constantly go back to and play over and over again. I mean, the music is absolutely fantastic, the circuits are absolutely banging, and that's nothing against Mario Kart World. I like that there's this huge roster of characters, but it's also the same problem that it has, is that it has a huge roster of characters, and it's like, okay, why do I want to play as a dead fish, or why do I want to play as a conch door character? It doesn't really make any sense. And also there is a lot of problems that people have when it comes to playing online and then having to race from one area to another, and they didn't really like that aspect. I found it enjoyable. I did like the knockout tour and that, but anyway, we're not talking about that. We're supposed to talk about Sonic. So why Sonic? Because Sonic does have the option of, when you're actually racing through circuits, you can change the kind of circuit that you want to go on to next. So you actually do a lap in a completely different environment. So you can start off in like the Green Hill Zone, and then you end off in like the another zone completely. I'm absolutely blanking on the names of these
the dinosaurs.
For example, so you can choose like the different areas that you go to. So like each race is going to be different every single time.
That's your time.
Whereas okay then.
Mike, you spent 90 seconds talking more about Mario Kart than actually Sonic.
Sonic.
God, man.
But that is why I went with Sonic, because of everything that Mario did, which is great. He still just had the edge, and because also. Hats off to it.
Deliberation time is done. Come on, shut up. I'm joking. Come on. Good God, you've had your time. Give it a rest. Because
go fast, man.
Kiley, you'll be happy to know that your last game has come out. So Outer Worlds 2, your time starts now.
Outer Worlds 2 is straight on it's not story wise, it's not a straight continuation of Outer Worlds original, but I mean everything is there, same gameplay, same basic story structure, same setup. So if you liked Outer Worlds 1, you're gonna like Outer Worlds 2. I like Outer Worlds 2 slightly better because they put more money into it. Because the graphics were so subpar on the first one, just due to it coming out around the merger, the Bethesda and all that crap.
Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox, all that crap. You guys know that. So it was very subpar graphically, but the story was still on point, and the companions were great. For people who don't know, this was the same studio originally that did Fallout New Vegas, which is my absolute favorite Fallout. Definitely my top 3 games. So I'm always excited for stuff that comes from them. This is still great. It's still hilarious. Still same kind of humor and stuff. But I will say it's maybe not the most exciting. It is, at its heart, still some kind of strange RPG, I guess is what you'd call it. An RPG shooter, if that's a thing. And I don't really have much more to say. So it's really, really pretty, and it's really funny, and it has social commentary, political social commentary. That's the phrase I'm looking for, on capitalism, which I love. Everyone knows that, and all that kind of stuff. So you can either play it for
Carry on. Or are you done?
I was gonna say, you can either play the surface level and just play a good game, or you can play it at a deeper level and see it for what it is.
Sure.
Political satire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna start because I think I know where Brent might sit on this one already. May sit on this one.
I'm open.
Are we starting the? Do we have any questions first, or are we just going to go into the vote?
I do have some questions.
Okay, go on.
It's for both of them, so whichever one wants to go first. I feel like the game has improved upon the previous games in the series. Both
Absolutely.
Sequels.
Absolutely.
But how? Not just that it did, but how did it improve?
Right. I mean, the last Sonic games have tried to introduce a story mode to it, and it just didn't really seem to sit right. This one, even though I don't really played the story of it at all, but I think on a general level of actual gameplay is a lot more accessible for me as a Mario Kart player and a Mario Kart fan, because all the controls are basically the same. The way that the items work are essentially the same. The difference is that it feels a lot more faster paced, and the actual, the going between the different circuits and then warping back, and the option to choose between which ones you want to go if you're in first just changes up the dynamic of the races so much more. And I also like that it has other characters from other series, even though they're predominantly Sega. So you got Joker from Persona 5 who is in it or is coming to it. I know that they got the pass thing going on, the season pass.
The Sega characters are free. Mm-hmm. It's the characters from other companies that DLC they require.
Yeah. So to the likes of, I think is it Michelangelo from Ninja Turtles is going to be in it. You got Pac-Man, Steve from Minecraft. I mean, that's a bit of a lull for me because I've never really been a Steve or a Minecraft fan. But it doesn't matter because it's having that ability. It's what I really wanted Mario Kart World to be. I wanted it to be the Smash Ultimate of Mario Kart, and it actually looks like Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is going to be more that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Kiley, how did your game improve upon the last?
I would say that it improved upon it graphically. It's more tighter, as in, it's almost like they knew what they were doing a bit more, and they had a more larger budget to work with. So there's more complexity to it, and there are what do they call it? Life improvements or whatever.
Quality of life.
Quality of life improvements that. The systems are a bit more organized and stuff like that. So it's more of a technical improvement than it is anything else. But that's because the story itself was so fundamental, or story structure itself, and the party structure and all that kind of stuff. So I would say for it's more technical improvement.
Gotcha.
Sure. I've got no questions. Anyone else?
No.
Cool.
Not really.
We'll go on to the vote. I'll start this one out because I have played both games. Admittedly, one is only a demo and the other one was part of the full game. So Sonic CrossWorlds, I actually played the open beta for it when it was available. I played it on both the Switch 2 and the Xbox, so I got a performance check across both versions. I thought it was very fun, and I was very tempted in picking the game up. And then I saw the price tag and went, "Ooh, wow, okay, that's a lot of change for that kind of game." And the online itself...
I didn't pay full price for mine. I got a Black Friday deal, so it was only $30.
Fair enough.
I see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's
still cheaper than Mario Kart World, though.
not technically if you bought it as part of the bundle.
Oh, there you go.
Well, if you bought it as part of the bundle.
Which I did. But I would say I would get more use out of Sonic Racing CrossWorlds than I probably would Mario Kart World. But I'm not going to talk about Mario Kart World because Mike did that for more than enough of his time.
Oh, yeah.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
I have to say the character variety in there was okay to mixed at times. Like, there's a lot of crappy Sonic characters in there, as you would expect. The crossover characters, fine. Absolutely no problem with those. The DLC, it looks like it's going to be supported for a long time. Track design was fun. The switching, actually, I really liked the way that they did it, where obviously it's first place gets to choose which way they go, and the worlds seem to fit quite seamlessly, really well together. They've blended all the good, decent stuff between all of the previous Sonic games, including the land, sea, and air, and really quite generally liked it. I was sold on it until the price came up, and I went, oh boy, okay. Whereas the Outer Worlds 2, played it on Game Pass, was quite happy that it was on Game Pass because I wouldn't have probably played it otherwise. I tried out the Outer Worlds 1, wasn't sold on it, but that was during a very weird period of my life where I wasn't big on RPGs, so probably didn't fit at the right time. But I did play the Outer Worlds 2 after playing quite a few RPGs over the last couple of years, and I got about an hour in and was absolutely as bored as sin. So I can respect what it's going to do. I just couldn't... I think I was just in a weird space when I played it and probably would pick it up again and try it again. But I just... There was something about... Yeah, it's on Game Pass, so long as it's on Game Pass I can do that. That's one of the benefits of it. But there was something about the shooting mechanics that just didn't sit right with me. It just didn't feel like a good shooter at all. And if I'm going to play most of my combat through shooting, it's got to feel tight. And it's just something that doesn't feel right to me at all. I can understand that there'll be builds to the game. There'll be different paths that you can go, and I really like that aspect. But if fundamentally what I'm going to be doing is shooting people in the face, I want that to be tight, to be responsive, and feel dynamic and as satisfying as it does in a game like Doom. So for that reason, I'm voting Sonic CrossWorld, because at least the racing actually feels like racing.
There you go.
So Brent, I had to remember who nominated the games there.
I played through Outer Worlds 1 once. Didn't really feel like the need to go back and see different endings or whatever. I played it the way through to the end, so
that's pretty,
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds 2, I've not had a chance to play through the whole thing yet. Been a big year for games. When you know something's always going to be on Game Pass, then it kind of gets put on the back burner.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair, yeah.
I enjoyed what I did play of it. I do like as you called it, the social commentary on capitalism. I think that's showcased a lot in the television episode, Secret Level.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you haven't checked that out yet, I recommend that. But kind of with Pete's point, one of the reasons I asked why or what improved upon the previous was combat always felt lackluster. That wasn't mentioned as something improved upon. Pete even said that the shooting doesn't really feel that good compared to other games coming out this year. I kind of get the feeling that maybe it's not the best experience it could be. It might in the future. It might get updates. It might tweak things. You know, it's still relatively new.
Yeah.
But Sonic Racing CrossWorlds really appealed to me. My favorite kart racer, the one that I've been chasing a replacement for 30 years at this point, was Diddy Kong Racing.
Yep.
I feel like
Yes.
Sonic Racing CrossWorlds really feels the most like a modern Diddy Kong Racing. The different
I can see that.
types of vehicles, the roster of characters from across Sega properties, racing across their games. They don't have boss battles in Worlds, unfortunately, but maybe they'll add that later.
Could you?
It just really struck me as that game that I've been waiting 30 years for. It's really feeling that is hard to explain. But it just feels right. It just feels like this game should have existed before now. And I really look forward to seeing what crossover characters they bring out in the future. It does end up being big, and Sega's a pretty big company already. It could be like a Fortnite of racing game where you have these different characters from. And exciting to think of that future. So I think right now it's still relatively new. They've already next few free characters to be added, the next few DLC packs to be added. They've obviously planned fairly far into the future for this. I'm just really excited to see where it goes.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have to choose CrossWorlds.
Hey.
Can I also
That's
add?
fair.
I should have 100% said I'm voting for this because it has Ichiban in it. Right, Kylie, what way are you going?
Oh, gee, I don't know. No, I'm gonna because I haven't played Sonic or anything. I'm gonna go with whatever it was I nominated.
Wow, such confidence in the game. Whatever I nominated is fine. I nominated 3 other games. It's fine.
My brain hurts.
Yeah. All right, Mike. How are you going?
I'm going to go with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds.
No.
I need to get one game through to the next round. Flip it
There
out.
you
That is
go.
true. That is true.
Otherwise, I can end it now and go, all right, night, guys.
You could take her for Tyler in the future. You could take her.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, right. So we're on the last set of games, and I don't know if anyone's figured out what's happened here.
It's you against you, isn't it?
Yep.
Hey.
So what
I
one's
will
coming
listen.
out of the bat first?
I will listen to you against you, Pete,
Sure.
and then I will probably duck out.
That
and I
is
will still
fine.
be-
Yeah,
I
keep
will
your
still
phone
be
on you, and
hand for
we'll do
voting,
text. We'll do
yes.
text.
Yeah.
So. Oh yeah, I thought this one was coming out first. Marvel, Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Cosmic Invasion.
Yeah. So for God's sakes, where's my timer? There we go. My 2 minutes starts now. So this game is made by Tribute Games, who are very much well known as being the ex-Ubisoft developers who split off after they made Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game. So they have a very strong pedigree in side-scrolling beat-em-up games. Their previous iteration as well was TMNT Shredder's Revenge, which was also a very, very fun game. But we're not here to talk about those ones. We're here to talk about Marvel Cosmic Invasion, because this is a game that's set within the Marvel Universe and has probably one of the largest rosters that I've ever seen from a side-scrolling beat-em-up game. It's very much as you would expect with any one of these genres. It's very much walk left to right, fight a massive load of enemies, boss fight at the end, move on to next stage. It's exactly what you want out of a game that's going to last a good couple of hours but have endless replayability. What it does do is it iterates on that formula in a very, very good way. And the way that it does it is with tag teams. So you pick 2 characters this time around. They can be freely brought in to assist or to change up if you're running low on health. So it very much feels like a Marvel vs. Capcom game in a side-scrolling beat-em-up, even to the point where a lot of the animations they've used are pretty much from Marvel vs. Capcom. So this hits very right for me because I love those games and I love side-scrolling beat-em-ups. So this game only came out at the beginning of December. I couldn't put the game down. I played it on Steam Deck before it was even verified. It ran like an absolute dream. It's pretty much on everything. It plays amazingly. It's great fun. It's got an online component to it, so you can just pick it up and play it with either friends or complete randoms for either the campaign or the arcade ladder. And it's just so much fun that I couldn't stop playing it. And that's one of the things that I love about these kinds of games, is that mechanically they're sound and they're just fun to play. That's my time. So yeah, this sucks because the other game that I picked as well is like one that I really love as well. I hate it. I really hate it.
I guess I got lucky having to pick a mobile game for one of mine. It doesn't matter so much in the first round.
That's very true. I should have picked Pokemon TCGS, but it didn't come out this year, so I can't.
I was gonna say.
I didn't say anything, but Slayer's Axe didn't come out this year either.
I let
I
let Kiley have it because I was gonna check. I did check it and I saw it and I was like,
thought it came out this year. What year did it come out? Because I thought I checked it.
Last year, I think.
When last year? Did it come out after we did the Game Awards last year?
Oh.
No, before. Sorry. I was trying to see if there was a loophole there, but obviously
no,
not.
it's fine because other podcasts that I've been listening to that do the Game of the Year show, one of them nominated Cyberpunk 2077 only because Phantom Liberty came up and it's like, that shouldn't have been allowed. That really shouldn't have
right, I was going to say, wow.
So I'm allowing it.
It's funny that you said that because like when it came to me picking my own games for this year, I was like, no, I have to pick games that have actually released this year. It's no good me picking Cyberpunk 2077. It's
because
no
it
good
got a Switch 2 version.
Because it's got Switch 2 versions, all of a sudden I pick it. And another game that I was going to pick, which is that I really, really enjoyed, but I know that Pete would not, for love or money, would have voted for it, and that is Yooka-Laylee.
Oh, good.
No, I would not, and I would have absolutely said no. You cannot allow it. No, I would have let you vote. I would have let you have it, but I wouldn't have voted for it.
Exactly. We could have overthrown him or something.
We could have done, but I just thought, like, well, technically he does have a point. It is a remaster. It's like one of those things. Do I go for a remaster or do I just go for an all-new game that's come out this year? So I went for the all-new game.
It's also a remaster to a game that was only on the last generation and got kick-started and was pretty poor when it came out in the first place.
I did have to confirm, Pete, that I could nominate P5X. That technically released in one region last year.
Yeah, you did at least preface it by saying it, and I was like, I'm okay with that because it got a worldwide release this year.
The global release.
So that's fine. Anyway, my 2 minutes for Lonely Mountain Snow Riders starts now. So Lonely Mountain Snow Riders is a game that came to Game Pass in early January. So it was one of the very first games that I played this year, and whilst it's not the most like graphically intensive game, it's very much in the vein of Lonely Mountains Downhill because it's made by the same developers, except this one it's snowboarding. So the course design itself is very, very fun, very engaging. The controls are tight as hell, and it's just one of those games that's just so easy to pick up and play, but incredibly hard to master. Like you strive every single time to try and get a better run on the mountain because you'll get different ratings, so you get more unlocks, so different boards or new courses. I think there's 3 worlds in this one, so it's not the longest game in the world, but the difficulty definitely ramps up a lot more in the later levels, and it is so hard to actually complete a run in one go without coming down, because you will just fall off quite a lot because it does take a little bit of time to get used to the mechanics, used to the control method, but when you do get that get the feel for it, it just feels so nice to play. it feels different from playing something like SSX Tricky, because it's not that kind of game. It's not arcadey, but it's just a lot of fun. And the fact that I passed a pad round when I had people round, and every single person was like, I can get a better run, it's fine, and just let me get one more go. And it was just the epitome of one of those kinds of games, is just one more run, and it became very, very addictive for a good couple of weeks. I loved it, and I wanted to nominate it solely because I thought it was such a fun game. I know it was never going to win anything. My time. Man, it sucks that I had to come up against such a game. Like, a game that was the first that I played this year against the last that I played this year.
Yeah.
How ironic. So, questions?
It's like rain on your wedding day. Free
I didn't have that. It was great.
Played.
It was nice and sunny, mate.
It was a great day. It was a great wedding day, yes.
It was. It was very, very...
Same thing I found of these games are iterated or better previous games made by same developers.
Mm-hmm.
Not really a sequel. Of course, the Marvel is asking more like, I enjoyed Shredder's Revenge. How is Invasion? How did they improve upon?
So the way that they've improved upon Shredder's Revenge is by having a very unique cast of characters. So with Shredder's Revenge, you have 4 turtles that play almost very similarly. And that's not a fault of the game itself. I love the turtles. I think they're great, but they do play very similar. And it's very much was an homage to Turtles in Time more than anything. This one definitely feels like an homage to those kinds of games, as well as the Marvel vs. Capcom series, but there's more diversity in characters. The roster is so much bigger, so you've got great characters in there like Captain America, Iron Man, who would play exactly how you think they would play, but you've also got an incredible ancillary cast, and they're all basically the same, but you've got characters like She-Hulk in there that play like grapplers, and that's exactly how they would feel in the comics. They're constantly breaking the fourth wall. They're just the quips that they have are just exactly how you'd expect. The team mechanic dynamic is just unbelievable. The fact that you can just bring someone in for a random assist at any particular time, and you've got 2 different kinds of assists as well, with the normal attack and the special attack, means that you've got varying different power levels involved in it. It can get you out of a bind very quickly. If you're like low on health, you can just quickly switch them out and get someone who's a bit higher health to get you through a level when it's particularly tough. But there's a lot of diversity in the fighting aspect of it, and the combat mechanics, of the fact that some of the characters have flight in them, so you can press the jump button twice to let them hover. So characters like Iron Man, Nova, and Shalaval all can use flight, and they have a wide array of different combos that they can use, where you can, like with the Marvel vs. Capcom games, you can fly, then unfly, and keep combos going through the air and onto the ground, and keep going that way. So I would say it's just, in terms of the combat mechanics, is where you're going to get a lot more interest and a lot more change to the previous games in the series.
Lonely Mountain, how did it improve?
I actually didn't play Lonely Mountain downhill, but after playing Snow Riders, I definitely would be interested in playing it. It was one of those games that I kept hearing really good things about and just never got around to playing it. I think it is on Game Pass, so I probably will pick it up.
I think so.
So, and the fact that this came to Game Pass was definitely a massive positive for it, because it wouldn't have been on my radar otherwise, and just saw it randomly appear and heard it talked about and just thought, I'll give it a try. And it hasn't left my Xbox since because of it. And it's only a good thing that happened, because that does show one of the greatest things about Game Pass, is that you can just find a random experience on there that ends up being your favourite game of the year. Cosmic
Nope.
Invasion
I
is
have
also on
a
Game Pass as well.
A running list here. 8 of our nominations either currently are, will
have
be, or were on.
Yeah. So
That's
pretty
awesome.
That's
pretty
half
good.
of our nominations.
Yeah. So, right. Any other questions? Moving on. All right, Kylie, I'll let you cast first for it.
The well, I mean, is it a
Marvel
surprise?
fan.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, is it a surprise in which way I'm gonna go?
No, it's
Especially-
Hold on, wait.
I mean,
Before you
One
cast
of
your
the
vote,
games
before you
has
cast your vote,
Deadpool.
Pete, is Deadpool in it?
No.
Deadpool is
No.
it either dropped this week or is going to drop very soon.
That was in Marvel Rivals.
Rivals. yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was Rivals.
I knew
Yeah,
I
it's in
saw
Marvel
him for
Rivals.
some-
It was the Game Awards. They had the trailer for it for Marvel Rivals. However, there is more than enough room on the character select screen for more characters to be added. It wouldn't surprise me if Deadpool was included because they only have one sword character in the game.
Ooh, yeah. Well, I can tell you right off the bat I mean, obviously it's a Marvel game, so duh. But when Pete said it was like the same art from Marvel versus Capcom, I loved that whole era. That's one of my favorite arty styles at the time.
Yeah,
Because I know what artist did it. That
I mean,
artist
it's very
named
much
Joe
of the.
Martiara.
It is
but-
very much the pixel art style from like those classic side-scrolling beat 'em
Yeah.
ups, but it definitely uses sprite-based like different
Yeah.
sprites that would have been in those kinds of games.
Yeah, well, the sprites from that era were awesome. So yeah, of course I'm gonna go on that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Kylie, I just have to tell you about Marvel Cosmic Invasion just quickly. I had Spider-Man and She-Hulk teamed up together.
Nice.
And Spider-Man, when he calls for the assist, he says, Jen, I'm going to need legal assistance.
Oh, that's so good. That's good. Is she big and tall?
Oh, she's massive.
That's great.
I managed to take down 5 enemies, and it's an achievement in the game for one of her grabs and defeat 5 enemies with one grab.
Amazing.
It's
I'm so
incredible.
glad. Yeah,
I literally had a grab loop combo in the corner. It was amazing.
that's very cool. Well, obviously it's gonna be for that.
Sure.
so.
Brent?
So I played the first Lonely Mountain Hill. Personally, it was not a game for me. I think it moves a little too quickly for my vision. It's hard for me to react, avoiding obstacles and things. So I didn't end up checking out the new one. I didn't expect anyone to nominate a game that came out this month. So I also did not check out Invasion, though it is downloaded. I was planning on it. I think because of my experience with the first Lonely Mountain, I really see myself really having a better experience with the new one. But I could see myself playing Cosmic Invasion a lot. Did enjoy Shredder's Revenge.
Yeah. By the way, there is crossplay available on Cosmic Invasion between all platforms.
Oh,
that's cool.
cool.
How many people can play at once?
4. So you have 8 characters on screen because you can all pick 2 characters each.
Yep.
Oh wow. Oh, that's cool.
So chaos.
Yay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. If you Lonely Mountains downhill was a struggle for you, I think Snow Riders will probably also be very similar as well.
I'm sorry, but I thought the phrase was an uphill struggle, not a downhill struggle. Normally, it's
No, this is definitely a downhill
it's all
struggle.
downhill from here.
Yeah,
that was really
probably
good.
is for that game. So, Mike, how you going?
Well, I've never played any of the Lonely Mountain games. I really ought to because I did hear a lot of good things about them.
Downhill is on
for-
Switch, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It was one of those games that came up, and I think I gave it to somebody else to review. I think in the end or whatever, or we may not even have reviewed it. As for Marvel, I'm personally going through a little bit of Marvel fatigue at the moment.
That's understandable.
Yeah,
Big time.
I very much felt the
Because they're
same.
throwing so much at you at the moment with all these games like Marvel Rivals has come out and this and that, and then all these different TV series and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's just all in my face at the moment, and I just kind of like want to take a step back from it a little bit. Yeah. But I do like a good beat 'em up.
I think you'd really enjoy it.
I do like Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that actually puts me off of Cosmic Invasion, and it's the one thing that you actually like it for, and it's because of the like pixel, like 2D sprite graphics kind of thing, and I would like a bit more like modern-y 3D model, to be fair. But of a game that I'm more likely going to play over out of the two, it is definitely going to have to be Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I think it's the one that I think would appeal to me more.
Totally fair. So Marvel Cosmic Invasion goes through, and the Lonely Mountains falls on its butt.
Remains lonely.
Remains lonely.
It's up at the top of the mountain.
Okay.
So, right, Kylie, this is your time where if you feel like you have to take your leave, you can do so. Quickly plug your stuff before you go.
I'm going to love ya and leave ya, as they say around here.
Keep your phone on you, because text will happen once the draw has happened. So, take a moment to plug your streaming, do whatever you got to do.
Yep, I am streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Fingers crossed I'll stream on Monday. We don't know, because I'm having issues at the moment. But I will be streaming on Christmas, part of Christmas Eve, and then all night Christmas Day for anyone out there who feels a bit, lonely or needs just nonsense going on in the background while they do stuff with their families or whatever. And things like that. So I'm over at twitch.tv/KILEY_WILDE. And I stream, like I said, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, 6:30 p.m. UK time.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, keep your phone nearby, because you are quite bad with that usually. Please do.
I am, but tonight I'm keeping it when I find it.
You have to answer your socials. Answer your DM.
There's your phone. Perfect. I was getting you to confirm that before you left.
Yes.
Amazing. Cool.
Found it.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us. Sorry you couldn't join us for the whole thing, but your vote will count.
This too.
You got through the important part.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you got to talk your games.
I did. So. All right. Well, I will be with you in spirit and alongside the phone. So.
Amazing. All right.
Hey.
Get well soon.
Bye.
Bye. Right.
And
that's
then
it.
there were three.
And then there were three. This officially became a sausage fest.
It has, yeah.
Right, so we're now on round 2. So we're 2.5 hours in. So we've gone a little less than we did last year, but then again, we had more participants last year. So
we did.
This has been fun so far. But so I've got the games.
Does this mean we can't abstain anymore?
I can't remember how the abstain system works, if I'm honest. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We're here now. We don't have to deliberate games. Like, we don't have to argue for them. We don't have to tell you about them.
Yeah, but I have notes for my games that I didn't get to. So.
Yeah, well, we can talk about them. Sure. We can discuss them. But you don't have to introduce why you nominated them, basically.
I guess that's
so what I'll do is I'll put them back in the hat, and I'm going to draw them out at random against each other. So, 2 have just randomly flung out, so I guess those are the 2 that have been chosen. So
that'll do.
Wanted to be matched up against each other.
It was destiny.
That'll do, Pete. That'll do.
So first up is the Altars. So, yeah, great stuff. Up against... She's going to be furious.
Both her games, is it?
The Altars against Abiotic Factor. So, let me just text her, but yeah. Right.
You should have waited for the first draw, I guess.
Should have done, but, there's a difference when you're not feeling great.
Yeah, I get it.
Right, so, any deliberations?
So my next note for the altars was how deep, in a couple different respects. Obviously, it's a fairly deep sci-fi premise.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like that kind of sci, that's a good starting point for the game.
Yep.
You also have the morality of cloning and changing your path to create these different versions of yourself. Fairly deep conversation. Then there's just the gameplay mechanics go if you want them to be.
Sure.
So if you really want to min-max the time you have in each area and try to harvest as many resources as you can, you need a fairly complex system in place to deliver power to different harvesters and things. You don't have to do that to get through the game. You only need some materials to be able to get upgrades you kind of need to progress. So you don't really focus on that. If you wanted to, you can have a fairly deep dive into logistics, I guess.
Yeah.
How you're going to get these resources quickly enough that you can get them all back to your base before you have to move.
Sure.
The word deep kind of goes a couple different ways with the game.
Okay. Right. Any other deliberations that need to be had, or are we going to move on? Are we going to get to the vote?
I think we can just get to the vote, I
Okay,
suppose.
so we'll go with Kylie's, obviously, because she has texted me, and I can verify this with you, even though it'll be backwards, but no, you can't. It says
You only
Abiotic
need
Factor.
verification if she didn't.
Yeah, she voted Abiotic Factor, as you can obviously imagine. So, Brent, how you going on this one?
I'm going to vote the altars, as I've already discussed.
Sure.
Did play Abiotic Factor. Did not find it nearly as engrossing as Kiley did. I did not play it for very long. Maybe an hour or so. That was enough for me to kind of decide that I didn't really need to put more time into it.
Fair enough.
I didn't say it while Kiley was on stream. I'm sorry, when you do watch it.
When you watch this back.
You think
dear.
you son of a...
Wow. Grow some balls, man. Right, Mike, how are you voting?
I'm thinking of games that I would possibly play.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't played either of these games, but I think the ones that I would more possibly play is probably Altars, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just realized I didn't even put altars on the list of Game Pass games.
Oh, well, it's on there.
I mean, there's 9 games,
Yeah.
so more than half.
Nice. So I'm going to go exactly how I think Mike's probably gone on this one as well. I'm probably more likely to play one game over the other, whilst Abiotic Factor does look very interesting to me. Probably not quite as interesting as it is to Kiley. And she does play some very weird games, let's be honest.
Every Wednesday.
Yeah, everyone's different and everyone has their own unique play styles. Honestly, I never thought I'd get into Power Wash Simulator 2 this year because of her, so it is what it is. But I've heard more buzz about Altars. I've been interested about the game, so I'm probably more likely to play that. So my vote is for Altars. So Altars goes through.
Oh, look, the patriarchy wins again. It's almost like we get rid of the...
Don't say it like that. You make me sound like a misogynist. Or all three of us, in fact.
Hey, we already know feminism is dead because Kiley voted for Doom over Samus Aran, a strong, independent woman. So,
good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like feminism eats their own. Anyway.
Are you saying about growing balls?
I'll say it to her face. Right, next up we have 2 Point Museum against
Ooh.
Clair Obscur.
Ooh. Oh.
Wow, that's a tough one.
That is very tough, yeah.
This is game changing.
So, the note that I have for the second round of Point Museum was it's humor, not go over with. If you played either of the other 2 Point games, you should be fairly familiar with it. I think that they've really, I don't know if doubled down is the word, but they've definitely increased the humor some more.
Sure.
Not just with like the announcer and the crazy things that they say all the time, or the exhibit, crazy they can get sometimes. You can have like frozen caveman, and if you don't put an air conditioning unit next to it, he'll thaw, and he'll walk around your museum stealing all. I don't know why a caveman would want money. Nobody finds. But that's just one of the crazy things that happen.
Capitalism hasn't came out yet.
Yeah.
There's also, if you invest in the botany exhibits, there are carnivorous plants that eat different, which is awesome.
Mm.
One of them will eat people that are looking at it. They eat, kill them. It just turns them into clowns. And then they run around the museum doing things. For whatever reason.
Now, around. Yeah.
The paranormal museum's allowed to into all the different ghosts and possessed objects and things. They're all real fun. Different types of fish you can get for the aquarium museum are all crazy. They're not, as you would expect from 2 Point Hospital, none of those are real. Like none of the things that. Space Museum has a lot to do with alien artifacts. There's a whole section, I guess, of the game where it revolves around the moon being made of cheese. So, like all the artifacts from the moon are just like dripping like these aliens that love cheese. Fun. So I think that that's something to mention with a game like this.
For sure.
You get into the simulation games where just kind of point, click, do this for somebody, move this around, and there's not a lot to it. Otherwise, it's technical, I guess would be the word. But the game doesn't feel like that. While you're doing that, there's all these funny, humorous things happening. Announcers, all kinds of funny lines. I think it really lends itself to a kind of different feel to it than other in the.
Awesome. Yeah. I will say that is one of the huge draws of these kinds of games. The humour was definitely there in like the previous, like in the spirit. Well, these are spiritual successors to previous Bullfrog games. Theme Hospital had a hell of a lot of humour. Like 2 Point Hospital had so much humour in it. Campus had quite a bit as well from the small amount that I did play of it. But definitely having a lot of more humorous aspect with 2 Point Museum and a lot more of different things that you can do is definitely something that's going to be incredibly engaging to me and something that will make me want to pick it up even more so. I did want to pick it up earlier on this year, but I just never got around to it. It's a time sink game and I just didn't have time because I'll be honest, Clair Obscur just took nearly all of my time this year. So I do have to ask you, Brent, in 2 Point Museum, can you run around in a costume that's got a baguette on it?
No, you can do that at Comic-Con and all other available events.
Yeah, I don't think you personally have a character in the game.
No, I know you don't, but is there any character in the game that has that costume?
There might be, because they have groups that come through, and I think one of them is a tourist group from France.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think they are dressed like that. I don't know if they have baguettes.
Okay.
I feel like I have seen people dressed like that.
All right, cool. Well, basically, Clair Obscur has that, and then some. Did I mention how French it is? It's very French.
Yes.
And that's a good thing.
Very je ne sais pas.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else I can say about Clair Obscur that I haven't already mentioned. Probably what everyone else has
all
mentioned.
the other people have mentioned.
Exactly. Yeah. So, it's unfortunate it's coming up against a game like 2 Point Museum, because any other year this would be like, for me, I pick 2 Point Museum every time because I love those kinds of games, and I'm not even massive on sim management games, but those games are just incredible and they're really well designed. Like the fact that they've got like a decent studio behind them making these games is just a testament. And I love the fact that they come out semi regularly, but they're not like once every year and feel like cash grabs. They actually feel like genuine improvements on the previous game and just a load of fun. I love them. I think they're brilliant, and it's definitely going to be a game that I will be picking up at some point for sure. But I can't. Honestly,
I mean, that was why I nominated it. I think it is deserving. I think that just mentioning it here, maybe we'll get some people to play it.
Oh, of course.
The other 2 Point games have been on Game Pass in the past, so it's that like a year after this one released, maybe it'll pop up on Game Pass.
Yeah,
and more people.
That's the thing for me, is that if I'm going to be playing it, I'll be playing it on the Steam Deck, because I mean it has mouse controls on there. I would like to have that sort of function available to me. Whilst it's never been a major draw for me, because I never was much of a PC gamer, I think with those games, it's why I asked in the first round, what's the mouse and keyboard controls like? Because, and what's the controller support like? Because controller support is great and everything, but having it available on Steam Deck where I have the mouse controls would be beneficial. So, but it's going to be hard for me to vote against Clair Obscur when it has been the most standout game for me all year. Like, I don't want it to be one of those things where I turn around and say, oh, look, it was developed by 33 employees, and yeah, okay, they had hundreds of people helping out with the game. It's a AA game. It was developed on a small budget, and basically we've heard all of this thing like going around, and I don't want the narrative of it to be this has changed the landscape of video gaming forever, because I don't think it has. I think what it has done is it's just shown that developers with a passion and, you know, a good eye and a good idea can release their game on, you know, and don't have to be done under the major corporate structure of like AAA video game publishers, can go out on their own and do it themselves with a little help from Microsoft putting it on Game Pass, let's be honest, and showcasing
the French government.
Sorry?
And the French government.
And that too, but also highlighting it as part of their showcase at the beginning of the year as well. Like, gets eyes on it, which is a great thing, but just to show basically from the beginning of the year.
How many Game Pass subscriptions do you think they got from Expedition 33 winning?
I think they probably got a few more. I think they probably did, but it's also the fact that, you know, it was a game that I had absolutely no idea was even a thing, and then it got showcased on that event, and I went, wow, this looks special, and then was like, okay, JRPGs, not usually my kind of thing. I've grown increasingly more fond of like role-playing games over the time, like the last couple of years especially. But the fact that this one has just completely captivated me in every way, shape or form is just something I never expected. So it is a very fun game. It's completely devastating, and I feel like I even made the wrong choice at the end, to the point where now I want to go back and play it differently and maybe pick a different choice now that I know something different.
I know that there's arguments about which one's the best ending, and I think that that's a good place to be in.
Oh, 100%. And I think
there doesn't seem to be one ending.
Yeah, and I think actually one of the things that I would love to do now that it's gone through like the Game of the Year show and all of that sort of thing, we've had time to ruminate on it. Brent, I would love to sit down and just like talk about that like in a spoiler special at some point, because it's something I've wanted to do for ages. So if you're up for it, we can do it.
Yeah, it'll kind of limited in the next little bit. But
no, it doesn't have to be like this year. We could do it some point next year.
Yeah, that'll work.
But yeah, so basically the long and the short of it is I'm voting Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Yeah.
As much as I would love to nominate 2 Point Museum, I can't. Like, this was my number one choice on the list. And when Brent came in and said, I want to vote for it, I went, no, because it's already there. I didn't tell him I'd voted for it, but I think he probably figured it out.
I mean, it could have been anybody, really.
True.
Well, it couldn't have been me.
Imagine if they released the Switch 2 version.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
So
Yeah.
one of those games that fairly universally recommended being a good game.
Of course. So, Mike, how are you voting on this one?
Oh, you put me on the spot here. I mean, I know which game is probably more deserving.
Mm-hmm.
Of moving
But
on to the next
what
one.
are you more likely to play is, I think, the way you're going to go on this one, isn't it?
Pretty much. And
to be honest, I
it
think
is
that
going to absolutely disappoint somebody. But what does Kiley say?
No, I have the choice here, but I'm leaving you to go.
Yeah.
I think that that's a perfectly valid way to think about this.
Agreed.
You know, we don't necessarily have to find quote unquote the best game. The Game Awards already exist.
The Game Awards already, I mean, exactly. The Game Awards already exists. And one of these games has already, like, clean swept the whole event.
Well, not exactly.
They actually did not win all of their nominations.
No, they didn't. There were a couple of nominations. They didn't get it.
Oh, no.
No, so everyone turning around saying it clean sweep. No, it didn't. It's not true.
Did he get the more important awards from it?
Yes.
Like best
It will
performance.
still hold the record, at least
best
currently,
best
for most
director.
nominations.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not necessarily best family game.
But it wasn't nominated for best family game.
No.
But it didn't win best independent, did it? Or did it?
It did.
Okay.
Or-
I'm going to look.
Yeah, look.
I'm trying to think of what it lost. I think it was design it lost, which surprised me.
With such a stellar
Still feels
cast of
weird.
voice actors and characters and everything. You think, hang on a second.
Okay, so it won Game of the Year, Best Performance, Best Role Playing, Best Independent, Best Narrative, Best Debut Indie, Best Score, Best Art Direction, and for Game Award for Best... I don't know. It doesn't really say in full. That's a bit stupid on Google, thank you.
It won 9 of 12 nominations.
Yeah, so it didn't win
That is a
everything.
really high percentage.
Is that not almost a clean sweep?
Very close. Like, very, very close.
Anyway, I think my vote is going to have to go for... What do I think would be the better game? This is the thing. I mean, I know which one I would probably choose to play over the other, and I would choose to play 2 Point Museum, but Game of the Year, the game that everyone has been talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we ran into this last year, though. We decided to make after Game of the Year for this exact reason. It had already won. It already had all. We decided to highlight another game instead.
True. And I literally forced Pete's hand to change his vote for that in order to win. And obviously, I am still feeling guilty even to this day. So I'll tell you what, I think I am going to have to change tack. Go on, go for it. Vive la France. Clair Obscur.
Vive la France. Brent, how you voting?
I think just for those reasons that I mentioned, it already has a lot of buzz. Probably gotten a bunch of Game Pass subscribers. I would rather highlight something that maybe's flown under the radar.
Yeah, fair.
I think I'm going to vote Point Museum.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, Brett. I'm still going to pick that up because I'd sooner play that than
100%, yeah.
Clair Obscur, because I think it's a game that I'm going to really, really enjoy. 2 Point Museum. I'm definitely going to. I enjoyed the other games. I enjoyed 2 Point Campus and 2 Point Hospital very, very much. I was so thrilled when they originally came out with 2 Point Hospital because I thoroughly enjoyed Theme Hospital by Bullfrog. And, you know, the humour in those games are just on. But I think in terms of overall quality and the whatnot, yeah, it's going to have to be Clair Obscur.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just looking and seeing how... Oh, £25 on Steam at the moment. Although on Steam Deck it does say playable, not verified, which is a bit of a worry. But that's fine, I can still play it on PC. Yeah, Kylie's vote was for Clair Obscur.
I'm surprised by that.
Honestly, I was pleasantly surprised by that as well.
Yeah.
But you know, it
He
is
did
what
not
it is.
do it.
So, unfortunately, 2 Point Hospital is now part of an archaeological dig.
You mean 2 Point Museum as part
2
of an
Point Museum,
archaeological
hospital, yeah, fine, whatever. No,
It's
sorry,
getting late now.
No, it is.
Right.
Not
we went
meaning.
against the Juggernaut. It was going to be a hard set.
I know. I'm not meaning to be disrespectful because I really want to play it.
Like about CrossWorlds, it wouldn't have done much to me.
Well, if I can tell you a little secret, I mean, when it was coming up with like nominations, I was thinking of which games did I want to nominate, and 2 Point Museum did cross my mind, but the problem is I hadn't played it, so how could I nominate a game I hadn't even played? And it's like, well then, okay, well I've got to pick another game. It's like I kind of have just a clean sweep of like Nintendo games, because if I choose Mario Kart World against everything else out that's available, I just knew it was never going to win. But I knew I had a fighting chance with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds because it is multi-platform.
Yeah.
And that was a big win for it. That it is basically Mario Kart that you could play across all platforms.
I've been saying this for years. If you're gonna make a game of the year, it should be available on multiple platforms.
Agreed. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the Explorer edition for 2 Point Museum is currently 18 quid on CD keys.
There you go.
Ooh.
The Explorer edition comes with some extra cosmetic stuff.
Yep.
An extra expedition location,
Oh.
so you can get some like extra artifacts and things. An extra mission.
Yep.
I believe it might come with the Sonic,
Ooh.
which was the pre-order.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a look.
And if you can get that, I highly recommend it.
I plan
It's
on
just
it.
so
It
fun
might-
to have like statues of Sonic in your museum.
It might just be. It might be the game that I decide to have over Christmas this year, because there's a few now.
Okay.
So right, next round. Let's get to it, shall we? That's an unfortunate loss. Let's say.
Yeah. But we're in the second round. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Right. Assassin's Creed Shadows against. Oh no! I really don't look forward to this. Oh, Doom: The Dark Ages. Right. So, do you want to deliberate whilst I text Kylie?
Okay. My next note here, AC Shadows, was the characters. So, kind of interpret this a couple ways. But main characters, obviously, are a big part of the game. Like that, they do have different personalities and even have differences from previous Creed series.
Mm-hmm.
But they do really well together when you have scenes with both of them. They even added some missions where the whole point is that you have interaction between both the main protagonists. Pretty cool. But
Yep.
there's also supporting characters that are good. So you have Alice you can recruit, and they're kind of like AI companions you can summon in battle. And then you have your kind of base, your hideout. You have the one who manages that. It's a pretty cool character, so it's always nice to just, when you come stop, to go talk to her, see what random going-ons she's talking about. There's a little kid that you, I guess, take under your wing, who was at like a old rundown temple. It's pretty cool aspect to it because he's a kid and he's doing stupid things, and you have to stop him from doing some of those stupid things. Never thought in a game that I would feel like you do with that character, which I think is a breath of fresh air. But also the enemy characters can be quite interesting as well. So you have these, I guess, like gang would be the word. You have these rings, these different people, and you're tasked with taking them down. And at first you would think, oh, go kill everyone. Solved. But sometimes you realize that these people aren't really that bad. and that they're just kind of put in a bad situation. And you can choose to save someone, spare them. They can like turn their life around, and you'll still see them in the world sometime. They'll tell you how thankful they are. You allowed them to escape this gang or whatever, and create this new life. And it's just an interesting part of the game that I never expected. I never expected it to be fleshed out that much. But some of those rings of multiple people you can actually spare. Not just like one or two, but like half of the criminal organization you can choose to spare, which is an interesting choice that you can make.
Sure.
You can just kill everyone if you want, if that's your playstyle, for it. But also like that there's that option of you don't necessarily have to kill them. You can get them out of the situation that they're in so that they can start anew.
Yeah. Totally understandable. Mike, is there anything in particular you want to talk about, raise about, rant about?
Do you know what? I do like the new direction that they've gone with Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I like this dual mechanic, and obviously they are very, very story focused, and especially this choice in morality of whether you let somebody live or die or try and help them to get them out of the situation and that. And then I think on the other side, Doom.
Yeah, I do sit there and go, yeah,
Doom Slayer.
I mean, that's all you need is that one word, and you know what it means.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you don't need to say any more, do you? It's just like, it's Doom, rip and tear until it's done, and it's
exactly. There's sometimes when you want a good story game, you want something that's going to engage you, you're going to be interested, you want something a bit more cultural, a bit more something like that. Sometimes you just want to rip a demon in half. Sometimes you just want a Doom.
You just want a Doom.
That's it. It's a tough... Honestly, I'm not going to lie, it is a tough choice. This one is...
It really is.
Nearly as tough as the last one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whilst I have been very outspoken about Ubisoft and...
brutal games as well.
Yeah. From what I've seen of them, like... Don't get me wrong, like, Assassin's Creed Shadows, there are stuff that looks absolutely incredible with it. Like, I think... For a Ubisoft game, like, it looks like they've clearly spent the time on development this time around. It doesn't feel like they've just pushed a game out. Like, they took that extra bit of dev time and look like they really worked on polishing that world. For the most part, like, it's very, authentic Japanese, like, experience. And yeah, there are things about it that really did captivate me, and the idea of Assassin's Creed going to Japan was something that they teased for a very, very long time. I kind of wish they would have done it earlier, like in the life cycle. I mean, but that's mostly because I'm a lapsed Ubisoft fan and an Assassin's Creed fan. If they would have done it just after 2 or in between 3 and 4, I think you would have had me then. But it's still going to be enough for me to go, okay, if this does come available, for a very heavily discounted price, and it's, available elsewhere, like the Switch 2, because of the portability aspect, I'm not sure what the Steam Deck performance is like. I might be more inclined to go and pick it up, because I can see something in that game that would be engaging to me, because I think the combat would be enough for me to go, yeah, I'd be really happy with this. I do like the dual protagonist idea. I personally would have liked one protagonist and had both playstyles as one, but you can't have it both ways, I guess. I guess you get different stories from either person, and it's a good narrative branch in that respect. Yeah. But Doom, man. But it's like you said, it's that word, it's Doom. You know exactly what you're getting with a Doom game. You're getting 10 to 15 hours of pure, unadulterated, blood-soaked, demon-fueled, ridiculous carnage.
Well, here's something you mentioned. You say 10 to 20 hours. I have played Assassin's Creed Shadows just over 70, and I feel like I've not done hardly any of the main story. just done all the side content.
See, now that's, as much as that might be a draw to some people, I think that might not necessarily be a strong point for me, especially with.
I mean, if I focused the main story, obviously I would find the side stuff to be engaging enough.
Yeah, fair enough. And when it comes to open world games, I'm not one for I'm going to go off the beaten path sort of thing and get lost for 20 hours.
But you're not going to find those two melon warriors going at it.
That's very true.
No.
How do we ever know how the melon war ends up? So, yeah, I get the strong points in both sides. Oh, this is horrible. This is so horrible.
And I know in this day and age, time is really a premium, especially when gaming.
Yeah.
Having a shorter experience can be.
Sure. Mike, I'm letting you go first. I'm letting you go.
Yeah, go on then. I was strongly swayed in the beginning with Assassin's Creed Shadows. And Doom, the Dark Ages, I haven't played. But kind of have.
Yeah, you played Eternal,
in the sense that I played like Doom Eternal and Doom 2016. I played all that. It's very much still the same kind of stuff, only, yeah, you get to throw a shield like Captain America and let it rip people in half. But I'm also technically playing the same game in Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, so do I still want that similar sort of experience anyway? So I think I am going to go with Assassin's Creed this time around. I know it sounds strange, and I got beat by Doom the Dark Ages, but do you know what? I'm glad that it did make it through to this round, but I think I am going to have to go with Assassin's Creed here.
Fair.
Because it's something different to what I'm already playing right now.
Okay.
Kiley, Doom,
Yeah, let's get it out of the way. She picked Doom.
Yeah.
So, Brent, I'm going with you. What's your pick?
I kind of feel the same way. I think while Doom is good and how it is an enjoyable experience, it doesn't do a lot to innovate, I guess. You have the shield, it's different. You have the mech portion, highly loved, but only one portion of it. It just kind of feels the same. But I'm like Pete. I liked the old Assassin's Creed game. I did not like the kind of rebooted one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the rebooted ones.
I was a lap fan, as you put it, until Shadows. And that I think they really figured it out. They could appeal to both player bases. I think that's pretty innovative for a series historied as treated. And I look forward to games in the future carrying on the base, I guess.
Sure.
Or new style Assassin's Creed going into the future. When you talk about these games should be game of the year, talk about multi-platform, talk all these different things. I think games that offer varied experiences or allow different play styles to enjoy the game should be in consideration for game of the year.
Sure.
Doom, the shooter, doesn't really do much more than that. Much different than the other Dooms, much different than the shooter. I feel like Assassin's Creed Shadow enough new, enough difference, enough to bring in different players. It deserves to go on.
Sure. So you're going with Shadows?
Yes.
Okay. So the deciding vote is down to me on this one. Oof.
Yeah.
So I've just been thinking about how I'm going to decide this. And you're going to have to bear with me because I might have to go on a little bit of a tangent on this one. Tangent time!
I usually wait till the final round monologues.
Okay,
well, if it shows up now, it shows up now.
It's not a monologue. It's just a thought that I've had on both sides of things of why I think I'm going to go the way I am. Doom is Doom. You know exactly what you're going to get with Doom, and I think for the most part, you know exactly what you're really going to get with Assassin's Creed as well. Like, it's very much a formula. It's very much a way of doing things. Whilst they might have changed that formula up a bit with the dual characters, you know, the world design and stuff like that, you still very much know exactly what an Assassin's Creed game is going to be, especially if you've played the more recent iterations, I guess. So my aspect on this one is that I'm going to look solely on what game I would want to own more, and if I wanted to own it, because I'm taking Game Pass out of this aspect completely, because Shadows will probably come to Game Pass Ultimate.
Spend money on.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
It will come to Game Pass with Ubisoft Plus or Ubisoft Connect at some point, I guess, because of the Game Pass Ultimate.
I don't really know how that works. It's a fairly new portion of Game Pass.
Yeah,
so.
It may come up. It might be like EA sort of thing. It might come eventually, or there might be a trial for it. Who knows? We don't know how it's going to properly work just yet. So I'm going solely on the physical aspect of this game, and Brent kind of mentioned something earlier that I was very interested about. So whilst delving through my head and things that I remembered about what was going on in terms of the news this year, I remembered one key aspect about one of these games that really disheartened me. So I'm looking solely on, if I was to buy this game, could I go and play this forever? One game, unfortunately, you cannot do that. So nobody seems to recall it anymore, but actually there was one game that literally only had on both versions, that would be both the PS5 and the Xbox versions, had nothing more than a couple of megabytes of data on there, and it was solely all install. Whereas one game, it was mentioned earlier, had 2 discs, meaning that all the data was technically available. One an install disc and one a play disc. We've seen that on several occasions with the Blu-ray discs over the last few years with like Red Dead Redemption 2, Final Fantasy 7 Remake. It means that you're not gonna be stuck behind a DRM issue like later on down the line. So that was the way I'm looking at it. Doom is Doom. You know exactly what you're getting with it. You know exactly what you're getting with Assassin's Creed. But if I was to choose based solely on what game I want to own, and then what I'm going to be able to play 20 years down the line, it's Assassin's Creed Shadows, because all the game is on the disc. For preservation reasons, it has to take my vote.
I'm glad you said that, Pete, because we're going to go with that version. This is the Xbox, not the Nintendo Switch 2 version, which is definitely a game key card.
I know, that's why I chose to leave that version out. But yeah, Brent, you mentioned it earlier. 2 discs for Assassin's Creed Shadows means that all the data is technically there. I can't get on board with Bethesda and Microsoft going, yep, here's a disc. Oh, by the way, there's like a couple of megabytes on there. It's literally just essentially Xbox version or PlayStation version of a game keycard. I don't get on board with that from a preservation aspect. So Assassin's Creed Shadows, as much as it pains me to say it, has got my vote. Oh dear. Right, we need to break for 2 minutes. I need a shower.
Shower?
I was joking, of course.
He's feeling dirty after saying that, yeah. You want to wash
There's usually one of those matchups that it feels like that you feel like you do need a shower.
I do, yeah, and I feel like I had to make some real mental gymnastics to go around and why I chose that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, there have been some cracking games this year.
Oh, this has been...
It's been so hard for me to choose the ones that I chose, because there have been a lot of cracking games on other platforms this year.
There has been, yeah.
I think this is the first time that I've had to submit multiple lists, because multiple games were already nominated.
Admittedly, there was a couple of games on this list that I could have easily put on there that I chose not to put on there, and one of them was solely predicated on whether or not Kiley was going to do it, which was Split Fiction, because if she had voted for that, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii would have made the list, which again, it's a game that I like but didn't absolutely love, but it was still good enough and enjoyable enough to put on the list. but it's one of those ones. Right, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. To get to the next one. And we've now figured out what the last game is in this draw. It's Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Well, okay. Well, I'm going to keep this short. Sorry, mate. It's going to be Sonic Racing for me.
Yeah, because it's the game you've played.
Well, it's the game I played. Basically, more of accessibility reasons over anything. And like I was already saying before,
You didn't even mention that.
yeah.
I mean,
And I was saying before about Marvel fatigue and all that, and I mean, obviously, you know, Sonic's had a lot of games come out over the years of like Sonic Frontiers and Sonic Superstars and all that, and they've not particularly been. I mean, some of them have been very, very good, or Sonic Generations, X Shadow content and all that. But this one has been the actual one. I think, do you know what? I can actually get quite behind this one, and I can continue to play it.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, Sonic's been kind of on a downturn lately, gaming-wise.
Yeah.
Up on TV and movies, but yeah, this game really did feel like this was a hike, I guess, to the top.
Yeah. And I've already voted for Clair Obscur, so I'm gonna can't have you have two games go through, Pete. Come on.
that feels a bit gross. I'm kidding, of course.
You should have sided with Metroid.
It won't matter in the end. There's only one winner in the end.
You've even got to play Metroid.
I did, and I'm forever thankful for the fact that I got to play it, but I cannot put aside my critiques of the game, especially when it came up against Doom.
Well, it was basically the same bloody game.
No.
Open world.
No. One game I shoot a lot of things. One game I scan a lot of things.
Yeah, that is a downside.
One game has a motorcycle, one game has a mech.
I'll take the mech.
There is a mech in Metroid Prime, you just don't use it, as far as I know. Right, in the beginning sequence, there is a mech. There is a mech.
There was a mech, yes. But it also has McLovin.
It does have McLovin, yes.
Now, Doom,
that's why you voted for
Doom
it.
does not have any of those annoying characters.
But you learned to love them.
Did I?
When you find the patience to actually finish the game, yeah. We'll talk then.
Maybe I will. Yeah, we'll do a post-game spoiler special, shall we?
When we're really old men.
I mean, I was a really old man when it came out because it took bloody 8 years to come out.
I was a young man then, and now I'm very much an older man.
Yeah, I was in my 20s when that game started development. Yeah. Nothing more needs to be said. So, Brent, did you say you're doing Sonic?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay, all right. I must have been complete. I was looking through Cosmic Invasion and looking to see if there was any accessibility options for the game, and unfortunately, I couldn't find any.
It's one of those things that it's rare to find a game that you have that, I guess, emotional connection to that I do with CrossWorlds. Like I said, it felt like the Diddy Kong Racing I've been waiting for 30 years.
Totally understandable.
And there's just something special about that.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody gets to experience that at some point, but I know that's not. It's this feeling. It's hard to describe.
I know, yeah, and trust me, so I'm going to get to Kiley's vote. She voted Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Of course.
So
that's
yeah,
that leaves
It leaves me, and what do I say? Brent's just summed it up absolutely perfectly. You just can't quite explain it, but it's a feeling and it's a reason why you've wanted to play it. And Marvel Cosmic Invasion is exactly that for me. I love side-scrolling beat 'em ups. They've been one of my biggest passions for many, many years. Going back as far as the Genesis or the Mega Drive with Streets of Rage. Mike, you remember at Comic-Con how much I was like, oh my god, there's Streets of Rage here, I should play it, and then went, oh wow, this is a bit slow now, isn't it? Because that shows how much the series, like, side-scrolling beat-em-ups have advanced since then, even to the point where side-scrolling shooters like Metal Slug, I still absolutely love those kinds of games. Like, they're my bag, baby. That and fighting games, so I think there's a bit of a bleed over and a crossover there. So don't let it get twisted how you think I'm going to vote on this one, though. Because there is one other set of games that gets me excited nearly more than a side-scrolling beat 'em up, and it's a kart racer, and I absolutely love my kart racers. I have played so many of them over the years as well. I've been a Mario Kart fan, a Sonic Racing fan. I've played the Nickelodeon kart racer games. Oh God, I've played some bad ones over the years, but I've also played some great ones.
Free to play ones.
Yeah, I played Stampede Royale Racing, I think it was, on Steam, and that was brilliant before it got shut down, which was such a shame. So I've played a vast array of them, and from the small amount that I absolutely played of Sonic Racing, and considering that I played Sonic and Sega All-Star Racing and Transformed, and one I loved more than the other, I won't say which one.
I think I know which one.
Go on. What do you reckon?
What's the one that came out on the... I want to say it's the Switch. I think that's probably the one you didn't like particularly.
What, the...
I think it's it's not Transformed, it's the other one, I think.
Team Sonic Racing.
Team Sonic Racing, yeah.
Team Sonic Racing was good. I didn't like Transformed as much as Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. I played the Xbox version, which had Banjo-Kazooie in them, which was awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
Like
Bring him back. He's got to come into CrossWorlds. He's got to come to CrossWorlds.
They do have to do it.
Bring the entire Diddy Kong's racing.
Do it, you cowards.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a real toss up for me. So I'm only going to go one way with this one. What game has more longevity? I think this is the obvious answer. It's Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. It's got an online component. It's got DLC tracks. It's got more DLC characters and more support coming over the years. Like Cosmic Invasion might have that with new characters, but it might have some new levels. But it's an indie developer that we don't know how far it's going to go. I absolutely love my time with it, but it is very much I've played it, I've completed it. I'll pick up the arcade at some point, the arcade mode, and play it online with some friends maybe. But that's it. My time is done with it, and I'm happy with the time that I spent with it. It was a good 20-something quid. More than happy with the money I spent on it, and I'm done. So Sonic Racing has got more longevity, and I would probably be more inclined to pick it up. So Sonic Racing gets my vote. Cosmic Invasion, my baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, honestly,
let's think of it about this way, because you've also played another Marvel game, haven't you, recently? And you played, like, was it the closed beta and something like that?
Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, yeah.
Yeah. Out of those two, what do you enjoy playing more?
It's difficult because they're very different. They're different games. One's a fighting game, and one's a side-scrolling beat 'em up. So they have very different appeals. I would probably say Tokon, mostly because it'll have more longevity. Although I do tend now to sort of go with fighting games. If I haven't got someone to play it with regularly, I drop off them a bit quicker than I used to, because I used to have someone to regularly play fighting games with. So it's a difficult toss-up, but Marvel Tokon, I think, is just a more fun game, if I'm honest. So
there you are, then.
Yeah, so there we are. We are at the semi-finals. My God, 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Holy!
For those who are keeping count. So yeah, semi-final time. So we've got 4 games left. Let's get them done. We could get to under 4 hours this year. Probably not.
We can.
Probably not.
Well,
We'll probably end up with another stalemate.
We'll see. We'll see.
We're going to have
because
another stalemate at some point. I know we are.
I think, yeah.
Assassin's
Go on,
Creed
Yeah.
against... God, I should probably not write that down first. I probably should just draw the next game and get it over with. The Altars.
The altar.
So my 2 remaining picks.
Oh, get.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
I didn't prepare any more notes beyond the second round. At least you don't have to listen to something.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm glad you prepared something for the second round at least, but my God. Oh,
Yeah, I just figured at this point it didn't matter.
this is horrendous. What a terrible set of games to come up against each other. Oh.
Well, no, because you know what it means for the next round, didn't you? I mean, this one's pretty clear cut, I think. But
Yeah,
the
I
next
know
round
exactly
as well.
what I know exactly what's coming next as well, which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You know what? I'm ripping the band-aid off. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm going first. I can't do it. Oh, I'm going with the Altars.
Yeah, I think so.
For me, it's the Ubisoft thing. I can't, in all good faith, despite.
I knew the controversial pick. I knew that was a possibility that it was going to come back to bite me in the end.
There is nothing wrong with Assassin's Creed as such. It's just the company sucks so bad. Sorry, yeah, it's the Altars. It seems more like the premise of the game as well. It seems like a lot more intriguing than an open world game to me.
I think so. I think I was going to go with the Altars, even though Assassin's Creed and that, it was one of the first games that I voted for, and it did just appealed for something that I have just not played. I mean, the thing is, like we've already touched upon with like Doom, it's always going to be very, very similar, very, very familiar. Whatever, Doom. It's always going to be the same in every game. And Assassin's Creed, for as much as they do a little bit of change in here with like dual protagonists and all that, it's still going to be the very, very, very much the same core mechanic all the way through. Whereas Altars, for the fact that it's essentially
There's nothing else like it.
yourself and clones of yourself, and then you alter them to different skill sets and stuff like that. I don't know, it's just something intriguing about that.
Agreed. Brent?
If you'll allow me, I was planning to abstain.
Okay. Well, we will allow the abstain. Because Kylie went with the Altars, so it didn't change anything.
It wouldn't matter in the end.
I know, yeah.
Trying to get Brent to choose between his two
I just
children.
wasn't expecting my pick to make it to the semifinal, and then they get matched up against each other.
It always happens that way, doesn't it? Like, at some point you have to face one of your own games, and my God, I got it in the first round. That's kind of sucks. Like, Kylie got it in the first round as well. Like, you got it in the first round with 2 of your games there as well. So
I'm the only one who didn't, and I still lost them all.
this is why you shouldn't choose shit games then.
It was the best. Well, this is the
I get it.
sad
You said you
thing.
didn't-
It was the best
You didn't get the
offering
chance to play it.
on the Switch too. Come on.
I know, I was taking the piss more than anything. It's fine. So, look, I'm gonna unwrap them. We all know what it is. We've figured it out long by now. It's Clair Obscur Expedition 33 against Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Oh dear.
I think this falls upon Brent and Kylie's shoulders, to be fair, because I think I know which way we're both going to vote. So it really is depends on them.
Any final thoughts? You gonna try to sway me?
This is going to be tough because you wanted to nominate both of them, like, and one of them did. One of them did get nominated solely because I'd already nominated one.
Yeah.
So this is horrendous, really, because
for me especially.
I know, yeah, I'm a Sonic fan. I do really like some of the Sonic games. Like, it's mixed, to say the least, at times. But the one thing that you could always count on, despite all the bad years that Sonic has had, is that the kart races have always been damn fun and tight. And it's just a lot of fun. And that's a blue shell, isn't it? Oh, no, it's a Sonic. It looked like a blue shell for a minute.
Coming for you, mate.
Get it away! Yeah, so the Sonic racing games have always been fun. Like, I forgot to even mention 2 kart races that actually were a hell of a lot of fun back in the day, and that was the Crash ones, but that doesn't matter because that's another platform one. That's another IP holder. It doesn't matter. Sonic is fun. Like, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is fun. Like, but in this respect, like, I don't think I can go any other way. Like, Clair Obscur, I've played the game all the way through and I'm playing a second playthrough of the game. Like, I know obviously, like, I've got to try and convince Brent here about what he's wanting to choose. I don't think I have to really convince him when I just turn around and just say how ridiculous, like, that story was at times, like, how good it was, how well written it was, like, some of the unbelievable boss fights that you had that were equal parts frustrating, but equally just as satisfying when you finally took that bastard down. Like, and you know which one I'm talking about. Jesus Christ.
Well, personally, I still think of the
what, sorry?
Mime.
Oh God, yeah. I'm specifically, yeah, the mime was horrid. And the thing was that I explained this to someone actually the other day. I went down the path and went, oh, this is my next enemy, cool. I didn't realise that was a side boss, and I took so many cracks at it, and I was like, I'm going to walk away. No, I've got his pattern, I'm going to do it this time.
I feel like it was set up to be a New Game Plus.
Yeah, for sure, but it wasn't. It was just in the main game.
They don't telegraph that.
Nope, not at all.
So you don't know.
No, I had no clue, and there was another enemy that was like in another area where I did the exact same thing, and it was a massive side boss, like, and I went straight towards it. I was like, yeah, this is part of it. Nope. Yeah. Nope. Definitely another one of those New Game Plus ones, but I persevered and got some good reward out of it. It was great. Like, the satisfaction that you have by beating a boss that has just absolutely kicked your ass like 50 times over. And yeah, okay, it's very Dark Souls-esque in that respect. It's like, do I really want to keep coming back for the torture? Yes, I do, because the mechanics of the game are so unbelievably well done. And you know that it's not through anything that the game has completely screwed you over for. It's solely down to the fact that you've mistimed the dodge or mistimed the parry, and that is all. It's down to you and your skill. And it is definitely the whole get good grub in JRPG terms. But yeah, the story is just incredible. Like, the bosses are incredible. It's just a really unbelievably well-designed game, and it's just... I know it's one of those games that is getting all the plaudits this year, and rightly so. I know we should highlight another game, but it's hard to highlight another game when the game is, like, without a doubt the best game of the year. Like, it's I can't say it any other way. There is some things about Sonic that will just be like, yeah, cool. I really enjoy the design of it. Like, the racing itself is tight. It's intuitive. I wouldn't say it's intuitive, but it's definitely much building on a foundation that's already solid. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's kind of like essentially what Mario Kart World did. It built on a very solid gameplay, but they just delivered it in the wrong way with Mario Kart, whereas Sonic, they've done it in a much better way. But I see myself I can see myself playing it a lot, but not nearly like it not resonating with me as much as a game like Clair Obscur has. It's definitely one of those like, oh, it's a palate cleanse game, whereas Clair Obscur is a game that is going to stick with me for years, many years in fact. I've gone back and I've listened to the soundtrack on its own just because whilst I've been working, because it is that good. I tried to buy tickets to the concert, for Christ's sakes. There is no game. Well, I say there's no game. There hasn't been a game in a many number of years that has really resonated with me as much as Clair Obscur has. So, that's all I can say. So, oh dear. Come on.
I feel like we're already at the final. Like, this should have been like the...
Yes. Yes, it should have been.
It probably should have been, yeah.
It should have been. And if it went any other way, it probably could have been.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to get the voting started. Kiley voted for Clair Obscur. So who wants to take next?
I'm going to vote for Sonic CrossWorlds.
Okay.
Because I think, I mean, even though Clair Obscur is an absolutely beautifully visually stunning game, and you know, you have covered some excellent points with the game, I just think that Sonic Racing is a lot more accessible to all kinds of players, even, you know, people who are, you know, hardcore racing players, or, you know, casual racers. Anybody can pick up and play and have a fun time and enjoy some races. The multiplayer aspect has also got a lot of cool modes for it to play, so you're still going to get that longevity with it as well. And in a couple of years time, you know, you can pick up and play it for a few hours, put it back down, and then when you come back to it again another 6 months down the line, you're still going to be relatively familiar with it. Whereas with maybe Clair Obscur, it's going to be one of those cases, like if you were to leave it for a good few months and then come back to it to play and then like pick up from where you left off kind of thing, it's like, oh god, now I've got to try and go through this learning curve all over again.
I can't disagree with you on that point, actually. Yeah. But I think one of the strong suits about the game is that it won't let you do that, because you'll be so engrossed in it that you don't want to put it down for a couple of months.
That's fair.
But, yeah. My vote is Clair Obscur, obviously. So that's 2-1 to Clair Obscur. So, Brent, we're either going to a decider here, or we're going...
I'm going to have to stand up for this.
Oh, he's going to stand up.
All right. I hope you're ready. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I love RPGs, JRPGs in particular, turn-based RPGs in particular. I already talked about Persona, which I like it. Expedition 33 has a lot of influences. Those games, and Persona in particular. One of my favorite JRPGs is, I don't know if you guys even have heard of it. It's called Lost Sea.
Yeah, I have.
Similar mechanic with a ring system to do extra damage or to block it. You know, like how Expedition 33 has that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, love the game. Love the mechanics, voice acting, direction, everything. Really, no point that you can say it isn't as good in some regards, except one. So I hope you're ready for this one.
Oh.
I haven't mentioned it until now. Time to bring it out. Accessibility.
Yep, fine.
I'm the big accessibility person. About it a lot. Games should be accessible to people who have serious disabilities. Thanks. There's some accessibility setting. Expedition 33. I was disappointed to find that they weren't really as expansive as they could.
Mm-hmm. I can't disagree.
The biggest example is the kind of quick time system that we've already discussed. You can set so that it will be automatic player attack. You cannot set it to be automatic for your defense.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. Like, okay, well, maybe an extra little bit that helps with that. So maybe it was like a game called, which had a like a slight a sound bite or like a little sound note
Yeah.
let you know when dodge, etc., so that you don't have to rely on the vision, being able to see these attacks, how they're choreographed and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Position 33 doesn't have.
Can I stop you there?
You know the point
Okay.
coming.
There is something that's in that game. It does have it. Like, each move is not just visually telegraphed, it's audio telegraphed as well.
But they're
not quite
different.
to the same, like, respect.
Yeah. I'm looking for the same flash of light, the same tone of sound. Us enemy to look for. Having to look for something in each different enemy when you already have is not going to work out in the end.
Mm-hmm.
However, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds has some of the best accessibility settings in a racing game. You can have auto accelerate, so you don't have to use the triggers or buttons to accelerate if you have trouble with that. You can have it to help you steer. It's not really auto steer, I don't believe, but it helps you avoid if you don't see a truck coming up, etc.
Basically, I find it a lot more intuitive than that of Mario Kart World, because in Mario Kart World or Mario Kart 8, if you have auto steer on, you lose that power of drifting round corners sometimes.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, you still keep that drift and you just completely avoid like any obstacles. And I found it so much easier to use. I've used it more in Sonic Racing than I ever did with Mario Kart. Mario Kart is one of the first things I turn off, but in this, I'm so glad to have it on.
Yes.
Fair enough,
I think the thing about Game of the Year, I want it to be as accessible to as many people as possible. Accessibility should come into the picture. And Position 33, while it has some accessibility settings, personally, I don't like it goes far enough. But Sonic Racing CrossWorlds perfect accessibility settings. So just young children, people with different disabilities, can play the game and experience it. So I knew this was going to happen. We would end up with another stalemate. But you, Sonic Racing Cross. And if you want to text Kylie and tell her I did an accessibility spiel on why I chose Worlds, she might change her mind.
Okay.
He's not texting Kylie.
I mean, unfortunately, he's got the power that we don't.
Well, I will text her because I should, and I'm going to do it. So, here's my phone.
I think you should throw in a curveball and have Overlord Mike choose the one that goes through.
I mean, at a certain point, we may have to
The secret vote.
or somebody. Just,
Yeah, well, one of us is going to either have to make a deal. I'm just putting it down in words.
I love it.
Right, there we go. So, in this occasion, I decided to go and have a look at the accessibility options of Clair Obscur. Because I wanted to fact check you on this one.
Ooh! Ooh!
I literally just played it yesterday.
I know, and unfortunately I can't find anything that you're wrong about.
This is why if I could get the nominees ahead of time, because I want to search these guys.
I know, but I think it... The thing is, Kylie's just... I put... Brent went for Sonic for accessibility options, and a big case in point like usual. Like, and she went, lol, of course.
But hasn't changed her vote.
Not as far as I can see. Not as far as I can see. So, I did have a look at it. The automatic QTE enables, you're right, it doesn't change it for dodging or parrying, which is a bit strange, I'm not going to lie. I think the colorblind mode is actually a really cool idea, but it's probably one of those things that's for yourself. You'd know better than I would. That actually it probably just doesn't go far enough, which is far.
Yeah,
like,
for my situation,
yeah,
it's not really gonna.
Yeah, of course. And like, whilst I can completely respect, obviously, that it has that option available, I'm not going to disagree with you as the expert that it probably should go a little bit further. But obviously, you have to remember that there is very, very key differences between the two games. One of these is the first game made by a studio, and the fact that the developers didn't even know how to make a game until they made them. So whilst accessibility probably was considered, it probably was something that they just didn't either have the time or the knowledge to put in, which is fine.
You say that, but there are non-profit gaming accessibility organizations can help them.
Okay.
And not charge anything.
Sure, but this is the point I was coming to, is that because of their inexperience, they probably didn't realise that this was a tool that was available to them. So I'm not going to say let them off or forgive them for this.
So the game's been out almost a year. So at any point in that time, they could have consulted on.
They could have done, yeah, but you have to. They have just released a brand new DLC, which you think they could have done something with that, but it is free. They've added new story, like they've added new stuff like that. So that was probably more the focus, that they wanted to get all that sort of thing out. And it doesn't forgive it, but you know, I don't. My point is that Sonic Racing is a massive conglomerate, like from Sega, and a big studio that has hundreds upon hundreds of developers, and they probably had an accessibility team that they paid for to do it, with a massive budget that meant that they had the scope, the time, and the resource to be able to do so. Clair Obscur is and Sandfall are 33 full-time developers with hundreds of support staff that helped out across the way.
You say that.
Yep.
But they did put in OQTE for attack.
Yeah.
If they could do that, they could do it for defense.
And that's. I agree with you. Totally agree. I can't disagree with that point. Did we not consider that there is a story mode for the game? A story mode difficulty. Yeah. Did we play? Did either of us play the story mode difficulty?
I did.
I didn't, so I have no idea.
Because they didn't have the I was looking for. But you mentioned yourself how satisfying it is to overcome the challenge combat.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm forced to put it on story difficulty because they didn't have an accessibility option, miss out on that gratification of overcoming those obstacles. It's not because of my skill, it's because of my disability that I can't.
Yeah, and I'm not ever going to disagree with you on that, because obviously it's two very different aspects in which we're playing games. You know, I totally understand that I'm perfectly able, whereas you aren't as much as I am, and your experience should be exactly the same as mine would be, despite your challenges. So I can't forgive them, honestly, for their inability to put in an accessibility options, or vast array of accessibility options. I think this would be something that they definitely learn from in the future, of course. That will be something that they would consider more so. I do think that you could sort of not forgive them, but sort of give them a little bit of leniency in the respect that it is just
if the game had just come out,
game.
Then sure, I could be like, okay, they didn't know, they're going to get some player feedback. Maybe their first post-launch update will. Like I said, it's been almost a year. We're able to devote resources to coming out with this free update. They could have devoted resources doing accessibility.
Yeah. This is just a completely hypothetical thing. So, how many people do you reckon did feedback to them about the accessibility option?
Well, I would hope that it was a big number, just because it was on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Was exposed to it. You know, you have that large player base that there would be a lot of people with different disabilities.
Yeah.
So Microsoft is pretty good about accessibility with like their ability tags that they have for their store pages.
Yeah.
And they have dedicated ability sections in forums. Pretty sure they have an accessibility feedback section as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to also consider the fact that this game is on PlayStation, this game is on Steam. They got...
But all the same problems would be present there.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably didn't have direct feedback from Microsoft's team in terms of the accessibility because they solely got a bit of money from them in terms of Game Pass rather than actual resource development. So it's a bit of a different situation in that respect, rather than being partly funded by Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they were.
I know.
Just saying
it's just merely...
They're on the Xbox store. They have to have accessibility tag. Just putting the game on their store. They should already have seen that was an important part.
Yeah,
having a game on.
I think
from the get.
I think in this respect it solely depends on the QA testers within Sandfall and the externals rather than solely on Microsoft, Sony or Valve in this respect, because all they're doing is they're curating the game basically just to ensure that it is able to be played, and that's all. Right, and this could be a pitfall for obviously the aspect of getting the game verified for particular models, is that they're not really looking into this in-depth like accessibility option. It might be something that comes down in the future, but obviously it's definitely more so if the game is definitely funded by each individual like entity, i.e. Nintendo, PlayStation, or Sony and Microsoft. Now, for a independent developer, a AAA, not even a AAA developer, at this time they weren't even a AA. I think they made a AA game, but they're very much an independent studio where resources are obviously tight, and the resources they've gone with is obviously to have extensive music, graphics, gameplay design, and paying the staff probably in a very reasonable way. That they probably got to a point where in terms of development costs, they probably couldn't put the resources available to them on that hand. And yes, and then just hang on.
If they can do auto QTA attack, they can do it for defense.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to get to, is that after you're not wrong in terms of the post support, is that they should have put some of the resources in for that. Like, and I don't disagree with you on that respect, but I'm also going to say that it shouldn't be the sole reason that a game goes through.
But I believe it is an important.
I'm not saying it isn't important, but I would say that in terms of everything, like as an entire package, yes, accessibility is a huge part of things. Is a huge part.
It's going to be hard to overcome whatever you want to call that feeling. Nostalgia, I guess, for Diddy Kong Racing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said that Clair Obscur would stick with you for years.
Yeah, and
Diddy Kong Racing has already stuck with me for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I finally found the game that gives me that feeling again.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
I don't see myself thinking about Clair Obscur in 30 years.
Okay, I can't argue with that. Whereas I think I probably would. I think I would look at this not just as a snapshot of, 2025 as a whole. I would look at this and go, is this a game that I could recommend to any fan of a JRPG? Absolutely. Is this a game that pays homage to that entire series? Yes, it does. Am I even a JRPG fan? No, I'm not. But my God, I can't argue against this game. I think Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is a great game. There's nothing against the game as such. It's just it's fun. It's not impactful to me. It's not
resonated with you the same way that Clair Obscur.
No, it's not. For me, it's not Game of the Year material. Not saying that it doesn't deserve to be in that respect, because it is a very well designed game, a very well made game with a great online and a good community base and good post support, everything. I'm just not. It's for me, like, kart races have always been fun, but never like the best game I've played all year, no matter how fun they are. Mario Kart 8, like, Deluxe was a great game, but if you look at it, actually, I can't even make this argument. It did make my game of the decade, but it never got any further than, like, the first round, I don't think, because it's a great game, but it's not gonna be out Undertale, a game that stuck with me for many, many years as well. Another one that's an RPG that I just didn't really get in, wasn't really playing much of the time. So that's what I mean. But I totally respect your point that you've been chasing Diddy Kong Racing for 30 years. I've been chasing Mario World for 30 something years, and nothing has ever come close to that either. So if I ever get a game that comes close to like Mario World, I probably would be in the same boat as you. But so far, nothing's touched it.
I think the problem we're at the moment is obviously this is the semi-final. We've still got the final to get through.
Mike's getting
and
tired.
we have.
I don't think it matters, to be honest.
No, I don't think it does.
I think this is the final. I think whoever wins this is going to win the final.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
I think you can't disagree with that, eh?
It's a set between Alters, Sonic Racing, CrossWorlds, and Clair Obscur. These are the three. Now, if we were to change the rules up a little bit.
Oh, rule changes. Oh, are you trying to go for rule changes solely for this? At the end.
Right, hold on. Right. Because ideally, we always knew that it was going to be Clair Obscur in the final.
Or
I
close
think as soon as you said that, that was what I was always thinking, no, that's the one that's going to go straight into the final.
Yep.
And Alters, as much as it does appeal to me and it is intriguing to me, I do think that Sonic Racing has got the edge over that, and I think we can all agree.
That's only because Sonic's a hedgehog.
Whatever wins this round is going to beat the Alters.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's it. So it's almost like if we were to say that this final was between Sonic Racing.
Let's just essentially say, this is the final, but let's not take away from the fact that the Alters has done really well to get to the final.
Yeah. These three games have done well to get to the final. The fact that Sonic has managed to get up to the final.
Yeah, it's not something I ever expected when you nominated it, for being like completely honest with you.
To be honest, neither did I, but I thought it would be a good thing to go because I knew that somebody else would also champion this game.
Yeah, fine. I've got to stand
and
up for a second.
That's what helped. That's what helped, and I never thought that it'd get this far. Now, I am getting serious flashbacks to last year.
Oh, what with the Astrobot situation?
With Astrobot against Echoes of Wisdom. And that has still stuck with me to this day.
It's haunted you, hasn't it?
Of Wisdom, it has. It's haunted me.
Oh, don't you worry. It's haunted me as well, because Astrobot absolutely deserved to win. Mike, that's the thing that winds me up about it.
We highlighted another game other than what had won.
I know, but the fact is, Mike, is that if you played any PlayStation games, I'm not saying you have every right to go and pick up a PlayStation. If you would have played Astrobot, I think you would have absolutely loved it as a 3D platformer fan. Like, but I can understand why you were like, oh, it's Zelda and I love Zelda. And it's like, yeah, fine.
Exactly.
Fine.
But this is it. It's Zelda and I love Zelda. And in this instance, the Clair Obscur is a game that you have been absolutely passionate about.
I mean, even to the point in the WhatsApp group, I was still talking about it.
Since the game has came out, since you've played it, you've been passionate about it this whole time. And I just cannot muster that same emotional feeling that you are having for this game.
Yeah, I think I'm the one with the emotion.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I loved it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it is a far superior game over Mario Kart World.
I don't disagree. Even the small amount I played of it on the couple of platforms I played it on. And bearing in mind, it was the Switch 1 version I was playing on the Switch 2, and it wasn't perfect, but it was still fun.
Yeah. So, for me, if we were to theorise Okay, and that this was the final, and the final is Sonic Racing CrossWorlds against Clair Obscur, which Sonic is the one that I nominated. I would still have to go with Clair Obscur, Expedition 33.
Hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically speaking.
So does that mean that you're changing your vote because you feel bad about last year's vote?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Pretty well, partly, but the fact that this has still managed, that Sonic Racing CrossWorlds has beaten over Hyrule Warriors, Metroid Prime 4, Assassin's Creed, Shadows, Doom, you know, the Dark Ages and everything else. I think it's had an absolutely fantastic run, but the fact that I have not played this game as passionately as you have for this other game, and so many other people as well, I think it would just be wrong for Sonic Racing CrossWorlds to just take that edge over Clair Obscur. But I'm talking from my own personal point of view.
Fine,
so,
yeah.
I mean, if, you know, like for Brent, it's been an absolute game changer for him for Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, and that is why it's deserving of, you know, beating Clair Obscur in the semi-finals. Well, then it is what it is. But, you know, I'm not going to sway his vote like I wouldn't sway yours this time.
Fair.
Because I've already done it, and it'd feel wrong to do it twice in a row.
And the thing is that I don't want to resort to any tactics like I tried to last year to make sure that the game that I thought was the game of the year to win. So I wanted to solely rest on it this year, as I want to talk about how good the game is, and that's all. Like, it should stand on its own merit rather than through Schneidery and dirty tactics. Because I will be the first to admit that I tried so hard to get my game to win last year through some dodgy tactics, from making a couple of deals that I tried to make, and I don't like that.
And maybe that was why it ended up losing.
I think it did, yeah. I think it blew up in my face.
Whereas what I did was I systematically got rid of the competition so that the only games that were left.
Oh, you're playing the long game, I see.
Oh, I did.
Mr. Longman, you are a disgusting man.
Sorry, want the long game because we determined Warframe was game of the...
Yeah, and I still can't... You still are holding that against me, the fact that it'd be Undertale, and it still burns my soul, but fair enough. You made the more impassioned, speech about it, and your argument won out in the end, and I can't argue against it. So I'm not even going to turn around and say...
when was the last time you played Undertale?
Actually last year.
Played Warframe last week.
Fair play.
Had time this week.
That's the thing, is that it's different, isn't it? Warframe is like an ongoing game, like, Undertale is like very much a story. But obviously,
when we're talking about a long term, whole generation, 10, 15 years, what you want the longevity.
Yeah, I completely understand that. When it comes to a game of the decade, yeah, completely understandable. For a game of the year that I think is more of a snapshot of the year as a whole.
Yeah.
I think very much so, and I'm not trying to sway anyone here. Clair Obscur is very much 2025's game. There has been no other game that anyone has spoken about nearly as much as this game. Maybe apart from other games for other reasons that are controversial, let's say. Assassin's Creed, because of its two protagonists, and one of them technically shouldn't have even been in the game in the first place, according to some people on the internet. Doom Eternal's, controversy when it comes to on-disc stuff. Split Fiction with the fact that, game key cards, Joseph Ferris and EA are not... Yeah, and needing a partner. Yeah, not exactly the most accessible game in terms of a single player content. The Outer Worlds 2 is just a game about capitalism and all that, and all the bad things about it. But yeah, it's made in a capitalistic market. Yeah. yeah. I mean, there's so many things that you could say about a lot of these games that I can't talk about the Alters because the Alters looks like it was just made by a bunch of developers who like games, and that's it. And fair play to them. Like, there's no controversy around that game whatsoever. Whereas and probably the same with 2 Point Museum as well. Just people who love to make games. All of these games on this list, apart from the handful of them, had a controversy around them. I don't think Clair Obscur has had any controversy around them apart from people turning around and going, I played this game for 15 minutes. I didn't like it. It was terrible and it should never have won Game of the Year and should never do a clean sweep or anything like that. And I don't think that's true.
I guess there's
to be fair, I don't think it should have cleared every single. Well, it didn't clear every single.
No,
award,
it didn't win everything.
Not that many awards when there were so many other great games that were also, more than justified in winning some of these categories. If it had got like 5 or 6 awards, yeah, fine. But when you're thinking like 9 out of 12, and you think, hang on a second, mate.
Yeah, but then
it just seems like, we're just going to boost this up because they paid us more. You know what I mean? It's like
I don't think that's the case. Honestly, I don't think
it's not.
No,
but it's one of those things you just think.
Yeah, I agree with you. But then you look at, like, to put it on the other hand, look at the Oscars. A film like Titanic should never have clean swept the Oscars, but it did. There are films there that have done a clean sweep on everything. There are films that have been nominated that should have got like the award for best picture, but never did. I'm trying to think of some off the top of my head that should have won best picture over what was it?
Was it La La Land? Was it?
Well, that was one. Oh God. Shakespeare in Love should never have won Best Picture. That was an awful film. That's a sidetrack. Anyway, award shows have their own controversies and things that win, but I don't think a clean sweep should be a reason to change anything. Clean sweeps are there's a reason why they happen, is because it's clearly resonated with more than enough people. So I don't see that as a problem with the adjudication as such. It's just in some occasions when clean sweeps do happen, and they are very rare. In some occasions they're wrong, in some occasions they're right. And on this occasion, the near clean sweep that it's had is justified. So we're still at an impasse here to some degree, because hypothetically speaking, Mike was going, hypothetically speaking. Yes. Hypothetically speaking. But we can't just leave it here and go, okay, all 3 of these games all win Game of the Year. We can't change the rules.
Why not? Yeah.
I mean, we could. If we're not going to come to some sort of agreement, then that could be the only way that this happens. Is we could crown a triple threat.
Triple threat?
But just
I really got nothing. I don't really even have anything. If you want to try to make a deal of like, I'll vote for the Alters next round, but you won't. Doesn't matter.
But that's the thing, is that I said to you, I don't want a game to win through tactics this year. I've wanted it to be solely on merit, and I believe that a game should win on merit. And I'm still fuming about Astrobot not winning on merit last year.
Well,
I'm joking, Mike. I'm joking.
This is the game of the year. Game of the year. So this is singular. We can't just have 3 games going through. That's the whole point of this thing. That's the whole point of this debacle of going through and scrupulously defending our games.
We're at 4 hours 8 minutes.
By the way, there are other categories. This is why they have Indie Game of the Year, Family Game of the Year, Game of the Year.
Just to let you in on some information, this actually was something that me and Kiley had planned a couple of years ago and tried to change, but we just haven't had the chance to figure it out. That might be how Game of the Year changes in a few years' time, or maybe next year. We might actually do categories.
Yeah.
But for now, That's not the point of discussion. The point of discussion is 16 games have gone in the hat and we've got 3 still left over. So, Mike, I'm going to ask you a quick question.
I have an idea.
Go on.
Let me ask Mike's question first, and then we'll go for the idea. All right?
What?
Since last year's show,
Yeah.
how many times have you played Echoes of Wisdom?
Probably more times than I've played Clair Obscur.
That's not the answer to the question. How many times have you played it?
How many times? I played it a few months afterwards. I mean, if it came out this year, I would have voted it for this year.
I know you would have
because
done.
there's just not been that many games that I really, really could get behind this year, I must admit, which is why my pickings have been really, really slim.
Okay.
But what I will say, Pete, is over heavy consideration.
Well, hold that thought. Hold the thought, because I want to know what Brent's idea is.
Go on.
So my idea was we call this a wash and the Alters wins game of the year.
So both games just go out and the Alters wins by default.
Yeah. They knock each other out.
The ironic thing is,
I mean, yeah, it could work as a TKO technically, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Let me think on that, because Mike, come back to your point that you were going to raise.
Well, I mean, Brent has a very, very valid point.
I know, and I wish I would have gone with your point first, because I think I knew where it was going.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Yeah.
It does make sense that.
No, my thing
It seems like everybody.
If we talk about Brent's original nominations, or his original lists of nominations, and Sonic was apparently on there,
oh my!
Clair Obscur was on there, and the Alters was on there.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. He would have nominated
either
Clair.
way, it doesn't matter.
He would have nominated Clair Obscur had it not been for the fact I'd already nominated it.
So I think with that in mind, I will change my vote for Clair Obscur.
Oh, Mike.
But to be fair, I also would have nominated CrossWorlds.
I know, but I think between the games, I mean, people are still buzzing around Clair Obscur right now. Anybody talking about Sonic CrossWorlds now? Within a month of its release, the hype died down around.
I think the only time that they are is when a new DLC comes out.
Yeah, I guess that is fair.
Even then.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. And it's such a shame to say that, because it is clearly a very good game.
It is a very good game. It is
In fact, it's an excellent game. To clearly get this far, it is an excellent game.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, Mike, you are changing your vote, just to be sure.
I am indeed.
You don't have to. We could just name the Alters. I was going to mention, it seemed like everybody would.
Hang on. Because this is just a semi-final. The Alters is now going up against Clair Obscur. So Clair Obscur still hasn't won yet.
No, it hasn't.
It's taken out a big, heavy hitter.
Yep. So,
and with that...
Sorry, Sonic. Sorry, Sonic. It's been so long, I don't even know where my pencil's gone. There he is. It was in the keyboard. God, it's been long. This is nearly 4 hours and 15 minutes. There I was thinking, oh yeah, we'll breeze through this.
Yeah, well, you're just in this magic.
Right, okay, so the final...
Somewhere in the middle there, I stood up to deliver a monologue.
I know.
You did. And it was a very, very well-deserved monologue. And the more you spoke about it and all the problems with it, and then I was just thinking, but they have done so much with the game. They've put a lot of effort into it. They've put a lot of commitment. And yeah, there are still bits that they need to work on. But then like Sonic is like, yeah, they have improved it, but it just didn't have that staying power with me.
Sure.
I'll admit. Not that it hasn't got the same. I haven't got the same passion for Sonic as Pete has for Clair Obscur, and it just made so much more points, and it's much more deserving because of that.
Sure.
Honest to God.
Let's be honest, Brent, your impassioned monologue nearly swayed me, honestly. There were so many points in there that made so much sense as well.
I thought
And that
it
is
was
why
more likely Kiley would be swayed.
Because
Kiley was still here, that might have happened.
Yeah. Oh, it's so tough though, isn't it? Because we get down to this stage of the proceedings and you're like, every game deserves to win, and that's what makes it so much more difficult. Because the first round, like, some of them are like, I'd say they're an easier choice than others, I'll be honest. Like, the two games that came up against themselves on my side, Cosmic Invasion against Lonely Mountains, it's like, that's a clear and obvious winner, like, to me, without a doubt. Like, they're both good games, but one of them was more standout, even though some of it could be down to recency bias. But I think one of them is a better game. You know, there are probably some of the games on anyone's list that they'll go, one of them is the standout game, two of them are like really good games that I wanted to nominate, and one of them was like, it's a good game, but I'm not sure it's going to go further.
I couldn't.
Yeah, so I mean, Mike, let's be honest, you've nominated Pokemon. I'm not sure you figured it was going to get anywhere, right?
Oh, I knew that wasn't really going to get anywhere, and I also knew that Hyrule Warriors was really going to struggle, mainly because of the fatigue around, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Sure.
But then I was thinking, okay, so what do I vote for? I vote for Mario Kart World. It's like, well, Mario Kart World just did not wow me as much as I thought it was going to wow me. And Donkey Kong Bonanza, as good as it was, is just not GOTY material. It's just not Game of the Year material. The performances in it, for example, like Pauline's voice actors and all that, I did feel a very, deep connection to the character. But it's just... After playing it, I mean, the DLC that came out for it, I've visited it like once or twice, and they're doing events and things for it, and I haven't gone back to it since. It just did not have that staying power for me. Metroid Prime, I was hoping would go a bit further, and I was hoping that it would have resonated with you a bit more. But it didn't, and fair enough.
Yeah,
sometimes you get
Coming up against Doom was a big issue with it. Wow.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right, is that I got the code for that game, and I was always thankful that I got the code for the game. But it was just unfortunate that after what I played at the Nintendo Switch 2 event in April, and coming away from that opening experience being like, yeah, I really, really like that, and I'm excited about the game, that it's not really landed as well as I hoped it would.
It went hard too fast, and then it didn't keep it burning.
True, yeah, it flew too close to the sun. You've
got that opening area where it's a bit more impactful and, stuff's going on. It's like, oh, I can really get into this. And then it's like you're dropped into like the first area and it's like in the middle of a jungle somewhere. You find the occasional enemy and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
And then open up this big open desert for you to traverse across.
And then it's more empty. Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, it's fine, because now, after 4 hours and 17 minutes, we're now at the final.
We are.
And it's gone long, and that's what she said.
Oh yes.
The indie versus also an indie.
So yeah, let's just chalk this up to two independent games have both gone the distance, and it shows that the indie developers are clearly the winners this year.
No, I think Game
Pass. Game Pass.
Game Pass has won again.
Game Pass won again.
Okay. Right,
Both of them are on Game Pass.
Sorry, say that again.
Both the games are on Game Pass.
That is true.
Go choose for yourself.
Okay. So, right, the final. The Alters versus Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is the final time that we need to decide things for tonight. I'm not going to say that this is going to be a quick one. That's what she said.
I'm going to rip the band off right now, and I'm going to stick with what I've already said. I'm going to go with Clair Obscur, mate.
Okay.
I think it is one of the games. I mean, like I said, you know, you've been talking about it non-stop. I've listened to you over the podcast and how, you know, passionate you are about this game, and you don't even like RPGs. So I've seen this huge character development in you over these years, from going like, I don't like RPGs, I can't get in with it, and then all of a sudden you're just absolutely enthralled by this game. And that is what gaming should be. You should be passionate and, you know, be fully involved and, you know, emotionally invested in these games, that you can enjoy them, and you're constant, and you will talk about them over and over again for time to come.
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons why, you know, I did sway my vote for Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, because it's not going to be a game that I'm going to be talking about, and I did not feel the same way that you did about your game. And for me personally, it's not my game of the year, so why should it be the game of the year?
Fair, totally fair. That is the one thing that I will say about this one, is that I've really enjoyed discussing Clair Obscur this year, like with anybody who will want to talk to me about it. And Brent, I really do hope that next year we can come together, talk about the deepest spoiler aspects now, and what it means once I get a different ending, because I'm clearly going to go for that different ending this time, just to see what I missed out on last time. So we can discuss that in a bit more detail, because I'll be interested. But that's the other thing I'm really looking forward to, is one of my best friends who is going to be playing the game with fresh eyes for the first time, and he is a JRPG fanatic, and what he's going to feel about it, and I'm really interested to have that discussion with him. So this conversation will just go on for a lot longer than it will with any other game this year, because it will go into next year, and then maybe the year after when another mate gets into it, or I don't know. I could recommend this game to anybody, except for people who don't play JRPGs. Apart from people who don't play JRPGs, of course.
I
was thinking it's probably not appropriate for young children.
I mean, definitely not, no. But maybe when they come of age, that's when it's a different matter. It'll be like, yeah, go and play this game when you're able to. Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious how I'm going to vote, so I'm just going to rip it off. It's Clair Obscur Expedition 33. As much as and this is the thing about it, I don't want it to be twisted. I think The Alters looks like a really good game, and I will definitely be downloading it as soon as we're done here on the Xbox, ready to play when I've got some time to play it, because I've heard great things. Brent's talked about it today. It sounded incredible. Like, it already sounded incredible. I just hadn't had time to play it, and I really wish I had time to play it, because we might be sitting here.
That's one of the reasons we do this show, to bring to light those games that maybe people didn't realize that flew under the radar, or just didn't have time because they were playing other games. You know, like I said, it's been a big year for games.
Of course, and
it's hard to
just let it be known let it be known that I've had the page open since it went out. 2 Point Museum on Insta Gaming has been queued up, ready to be purchased as soon as I'm done here. So it is I'm getting the Steam version for it. So
nice.
So
I'm just seeing it on Switch too. They want about €40 for it, so I'm going to hold off for a moment. But I'll see if on CD keys or something it comes up a bit cheaper.
So
did you confirm that the Obscur edition comes with the Sonic content?
I'm going to have a look. So it was read more, what comes with it. So staff replenishment, floor decorations, unique statues, helicopter skins, prestige package, pop-up challenge museum, 5,000 kudos. I'll have a look further into it and just make sure, but yeah, I could imagine it probably does. So
I thought it did too.
Yeah, but
it
I'll
might.
have a look. But anyway, yeah, so Clair Obscur is my vote, as much as I want to say go play The Alters, because it's probably incredible. Kiley did actually vote Clair Obscur as well.
Figured.
Proof.
It is the finale, so I guess probably a good thing to have.
Oh no, Claire. Yeah. And that says 8:30. What time is it now?
10:30.
10:30.
Yeah. That actually says 10:28. Thank you very much.
10:28.
And then I decided to message her and said you're in for a treat with deliberations for the semi-final game when you listen back. So, Brent, for parity's sakes, can we just get your vote, please?
So, because of what I already mentioned and how important accessibility is, I'm going to vote altered. I know it doesn't mean anything. Most people know that it will probably be fixed at some point.
Sure.
At this point in time, when we're voting, Alters has a mode where you can just turn off all the survival stuff and just kind of play however you want to play.
Yep.
So
Totally get that.
there's obviously a more accessible game in the end.
Sure. And I can't disagree with your
probably
reasoning.
should have led with that.
I mean, he saved
Just
it.
standing up and having a whole monologue about it wasn't good enough.
This is the
No.
Mike. This is the thing about doing many a game of the year with Brent and a game of the decade discussion. This man has an ace up his sleeve every single time, and he was waiting for the right time to play it.
Yep.
And I knew it was coming out at some point. I had no fight against it because I never do.
I mean,
But it's always good.
would be a good thing that you don't have a disability and need to know about it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but that just sounds so cold and disgraceful, doesn't it? It's like, I don't have a disability, so I don't have to think about this kind of thing. But no, I do regularly think about this kind of thing for people who do have disabilities and people in my life who do have them. There aren't many, but I have friends who have disabilities like Brent, so I have to consider it when I'm looking at games as well. But unfortunately, I've got no leg to stand on this one. But yeah, well, you made compelling arguments, for both games, and I respect the fact that you did. Can't argue with it. But one game has made it all the way through, and we're now 4 hours and 26 minutes into proceedings, and we now have to call a close to the events.
Yeah.
Because
I would say it's not unexpected. I would just say how we got here was quite unexpected.
I think every year we get to the decision, it's always unexpected. I mention it again. Astrobot not winning out to Echoes of Wisdom last year was definitely a journey.
I'm glad you latch onto that and not Undertale losing game.
Oh, look, Game of the Decade was a different beast in its own right.
But Undertale won game of the decade.
Oh, I'm like, there are podcasts that I listen to, right? And just to put my cards on the table, the podcast I keep mentioning is the Computer Game Show. But 4 British guys talk about it, and they do a Game of the Year discussion similar to how we do it, except there's a lot more arguing and a lot more drinking. But the first year that they did it, one of the guys still has resentment about Titanfall losing out to Game of the Year. And he's still angry about it. And I don't want to be that person that's angry about a game losing. I just have to respect the fact that a decision was made, and whilst I don't agree with the decision was a collective.
As long as we all agree Game Pass won, it's okay.
Well,
Game Pass is one.
I think
Game
it's
Pass
hard
is
to
one.
disagree with that, but considering 9 of the 16 games were on Game Pass this year.
Or will be. The fiction is a will be.
Or has been. At some point. Yeah.
That's not the fault of Slayer's Egg. That's the fault of Kiley for nominating a game that didn't come out this year.
And I'm going to have to be a lot more diligent with her choices next year, clearly, because I didn't even clock that, because I was just like, oh, she's finally sent games in. Yes, put them down on the list and move on.
I figured that was exactly what happened.
It was exactly what happened.
It's supposed to be games that came out this year, not just games we've played this year. Right, gotcha.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, we could do a separate show of just games we played this year. I would have really pushed for Trent.
And that's what we're doing next week.
Banjo-Kazooie again. Yeah.
Oh, and that's what we're doing next week. We're not out games that we played. Game of the year that we've played this year. No, I'm joking. Right, so yeah, 4 hours, 28 minutes, and counting. We've reached the end. My God,
Told
what
you,
a journey!
I set aside 5 hours. You didn't think I would need the full 5 hours, but here we are.
I never think that we're going to need the full 4 hours, let alone 5. But we always manage it. Every year.
And I told my partner it's going to be around about 3, and I've been getting messages all the way through the last couple of hours.
I've noticed. Don't you worry. I've noticed. I literally every year this happens, I warn my wife. I'm just like, yeah, it's a long one. Last year I had a failsafe that she was out on her Christmas do. This year she's in the room next door, and it's like, oh dear.
I put my phone on Do Not Disturb.
Oh well, I couldn't do that this year because I had Kiley messaging me. So yeah, that was a bit difficult.
True.
So right. Does it feel like I'm wasting time or getting to a point where we're nearly at 4 hours and 30 minutes before I announce the thing?
I think you need to officially announce the winner.
I think I'm going to officially announce the winner. So, for the 2025 Rapid Reviews Radio Game of the Year, it is Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Congratulations.
We did it.
We got there in the end.
We got there. We done it.
But I have some closing thoughts for this matter. I mean, I do it every year, let's be honest. This year has been another year where you can turn around and say, it's been one fraught full of controversy, job losses, studio departures, studio closures, and a very tumultuous time for the games industry or the AAA video games industry. I think it's pretty telling that the vast majority of games on this list are somewhat independent games. And it shows the somewhat swing of the industry.
Yeah.
So, Brent mentioned 9 games that have appeared on Game Pass or have been on Game Pass at some point this year or within the last year. I think that's just shows that the Xbox, whilst they're not doing great stuff within the console market, are still doing good things to help fund independent developers and getting their games highlighted out into the world. And that's never a bad thing. Had it not been for Game Pass, I would never have played Clair Obscur. I would have never played Lonely Mountain Snow Riders. I would have never played games like Rematch, which could have easily made the list, but it didn't. But you know, games like The Alters and stuff, other games that were on there, would never have played them. So fair play to Microsoft for doing their bit to help fund independent development.
I think we got 8 games that could be considered indie.
Okay, so 8 games that are considered independent games, indie games, or AA games. That's an incredible feat for an industry that's been dominated by the AAA video games industry for quite a number of years. And whilst I don't want to say that it's completely changing the landscape of video gaming, I do think it's giving a shot in the arm to AAA video game development to show that these developers clearly have talent and clearly are getting their games showcased, and it's resonating with gamers everywhere. And that's never a bad thing. Competition is good for the industry, and let's just let that happen. And if AAA video
Otherwise
games,
it gets stale, it gets stagnant, and then we just keep getting the same slop year after year after year. Because hey, if it works and it ain't broke, don't fix it. But sometimes you do need a change in the industry because they cut corners at every opportunity. As long as the profits still keep coming in, they won't change a thing. And it's nice to have some, you know, diversity there, you know, something to change things up a little bit for progress, to keep things moving forward.
Agreed.
Fresh.
Yep. I want this to be a real thing about this year, that I'm horrified by the amount of people that have lost their jobs this year like last year, and the amount of cost cutting that was happening. I really do hope that we can get past the fact that this keeps happening, and I really hope that the panel that we did earlier on this year, Mike, towards the back end of the year, doesn't come to resonance. I don't want a crash to happen. If it has to happen, it happens, and it's not our fault. But I think in the long run, if it does happen, we will suffer as consumers for a long time because we won't get quite the same level of games that we've been getting.
I want to take the time to take this moment, this opportunity, to say to those who have lost their jobs, who have been working on game development and have lost their jobs, and who can't see a way forward and whatnot, to take a look at Clair Obscur.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at this game, which was created. It was an independent company, and it still had the how to put it. I'm lost for words. The ability to still go forward and resonate with so many players around the world that you don't have to have a big name like Sony or Nintendo behind you just to be able to sell a game that is going to be endeared by millions.
Mm-hmm.
So there is still the opportunity that, okay, you've lost your job, it's terrible, it's absolutely horrid what is happening in the gaming industry, but this is now your opportunity to go out and make something that you want to make in your vision with other like-minded individuals such as yourself, and it can still become the next big game out there, the next big thing that people absolutely love.
Yep, and there is a pertinent set of lines within Clair Obscur that actually is pretty much resonant onto the point that you've just made. We have to forge a path for those who come after.
Have you been playing that the whole time? Whole
No.
5 hours?
Nope, not at all. Just came to me after Mike said it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, whilst the landscape I don't think will change. I don't want everyone to turn around and say Clair Obscur is the game-changing game, like it's going to change the entire industry. I don't think it is. Just let it be what it is. An absolute love letter to JRPGs. A very good game made by a dedicated, passionate group of developers who wanted to make the game that they wanted to make, and that is all. But what won out this year was us. We got great experiences. We got great games.
Yeah.
As proven by these 16 games, plus the more games that we could have easily nominated. This year has been particularly strong in terms of the games that we have actually got. Mm-hmm. One of the better games in record, actually, since, I'd say one of the strongest since 2017.
Yeah.
So
I'd say so. I mean, 2017. I think that's when Xenoblade Chronicles 2 came out. If not, it was 2018.
Yeah, that would be the release of the Switch. Yeah,
Switch. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's just solely that, but you look at all the heavy hitting games that we had in 2017, 2018.
Oh, it was a strong year.
There was some strong years, and then this year's come along, and you look at the games that we haven't even nominated, like Hollow Knight, Silk Song, and stuff like that. That made the Game of the Year list for the Game Awards that we haven't even put in our list.
No, I'd like Little Nightmares 3. I didn't vote nominate it, particularly because I haven't played it. I played the demo, but you can't, make a basis or an assumption or whatever to, this will be Game of the Year on just a few minutes of gameplay. Mm-hmm. And as much as I loved the original game, I know there was a lot of people that were a bit mixed on the third one that didn't quite resonate with them.
Yeah.
But I was half tempted to vote for that, for a little bit of variety, because I do try to support indie developers and stuff like that. Well, I mean, it's not so much indie, but it's Tarsier Studios and that also work on it. So technically, yes and no. Is it Supergiant Games? I want to say.
I think so.
It's Tarsier Studios and Supergiant Games, and then obviously Bandai Namco publish it.
Yeah.
But no, there have been a number, like you said, like Hollow Knight, Silk Song as well, which has been an absolute content. Hades 2, another very, very good game. There's been a lot of good games across multiple platforms.
Yep. So.
But it can only have so many nominations, and only one can win. So you know
that's true. So yeah, congratulations to everyone that put out a game this year. Just whether or not it was a AAA, an indie game, AA, or even a single person working on a game. Good for you. Your hard work came to fruition.
That's the hard part. It's just releasing the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's whether or not it resonates with the people is what matters. But just remember to make a game that you're passionate about, not what you think everyone else is going to like.
True.
So, right. So let's close this out, because this has been quite the journey. And it always is for Game of the Year, every single year. So I want to thank you both for coming on. Obviously, Kiley was with us for the opening stages, but she's part of the furniture here. She's fine.
She wouldn't have made it.
I know. So she had her factor in the fact that she voted through communication, which I'm thankful for. But thanks to you both for obviously joining for the long period of time that we've been doing this. And, you know, I'm going to call it now. You have to come back for next year, because it's always a journey.
Yay!
Yeah. So
hopefully I'll be a lot more fitting with some of my nominations for next year.
we'll wait and see what Nintendo have to offer next year.
Start early. I just have a file on my phone.
I am seriously hoping that 007 First Light is an absolute banger of a game.
I hope so, because it might get 3 nominations. Oh wait, it doesn't work like that.
No. So I'm saying right now, 007 First Light is my nomination, and then as we get closer to the actual Game of the Year for ourselves, oh no, you can take it off my list now, or no, keep it on there.
Yeah, fine.
I'm reserving it.
Okay, fine. It's on record.
Yeah.
So
the one game that I pre-ordered for next year is Resident Evil Requiem.
Nice. I think that's a good start. The one game that I'm sort of looking forward to next year, without obviously mentioning the 2 that you have, is Crimson Desert, the game that I got my playtest for this year, and I'm really looking forward to how that turns out next year. So we'll see how that goes, but yeah.
Oh, is this a sneak peek for next year? Is it the 3 games that are going to go up in the final?
It's possible. We'll see. But anyway,
well, they top 3 though is the question.
Maybe. But anyway, let's call close to the proceedings. So and go around the horn. Brent, thank you for joining. Where can everyone find you online?
It's not hard to do up until now, but there's been a new development. I've been helping out with a game. I don't know if you remember, we did a giveaway for it. It was Game of the Year last year. The game that came out last year, but new Outbreak game will be releasing on consoles on the 19th. I've been helping out with that. Nice. I've been doing a lot with the developers Wednesday nights. Well, that's the Dead Drop Studios Twitch. I know for you guys in the UK, it's going to be like past midnight when those streams start, but you can always catch the VODs. But that's a good place to find me now, because of a weekly thing, and I'm not really on social media.
Okay.
Find me on Discord, Rapid Reviews Discord occasionally, got stuff there. But that's pretty much the only place you can find me, unless you want to come find me playing on X.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you just drop your link in the private chat, I can then add it to the Twitch and stuff like that. I'll just add it to the description so people will get it. Mike, once again, thank you for joining. Let everyone know. I'm sure everyone knows where you are by now, but please, for those who might not have listened before and just checked us out for the first time.
Okay then. Well, you can find me over at www.miketendo64.com, where we post all the latest news, reviews, interviews, giveaways, and so much more. We also have our YouTube channel, Miketendo64, where we post up gameplay videos and the like. And we also have another YouTube channel, Game and Chat, where we invite members of the gaming community and industry to join us to play some of their favourite games whilst telling us about themselves and why they enjoy these games so much. And that'll do for me.
Sure. Well, you can find me here on the Rapid Reviews Radio podcast. Also, possibly doing some writing on rapidreviewsuk.com. This is a supplement podcast for the Rapid Reviews website. So please go and check out the latest reviews and all that on there. I'm also on the Never Watchers. God, it's been a long night. I'm forgetting links. I'm on the Never Watchers podcast, a movie-based podcast, which I do with my friend Kurt Lewin, where one of us has watched the film and the other one hasn't. We are coming back with an episode for Christmas. It should be recorded next week. It's actually going to break with tradition. It's a film we both haven't seen before. We are watching the Paul Giamatti film, The Holdovers.
Ooh, I like that one.
I haven't seen it, neither has he. It'll be interesting. So check out your feed at the Never Watchers on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and the like. YouTube will be coming soon, I think, but we're still working on that. Where else? You can also find me occasionally contributing to Miketendo64.com through the podcast. And all of that.
And Game and Chat.
And Game and Chat as well. The Metroid Prime 4 First Impressions video has gone out on the Game and Chat YouTube. And there is a Street Fighter 6 review coming at some point in the future, I promise.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
It's an ongoing
Maybe
joke.
when Street Fighter 7 comes out.
No, we'll talk off air. I've got an idea.
Okay.
And just because obviously it was earlier on in the show, I will close out by saying please go and check out Kylie Wilde, my co-host Kylie's Twitch channel and YouTube channel. It's twitch.tv/Kylie_Wilde, and it's also the same on YouTube, youtube.com/Kylie_Wilde. She's also on TikTok, Instagram, I think, but God knows what those links are. They're in the description. Go read that. That's fine. I can't remember all of that. She usually does it and takes about 20 minutes doing so.
And you managed to do it in like 30 seconds.
Take note, Kylie. Take note. But anyway, this feels weird because I'm closing out the show and I shouldn't really be doing this. But hey, we're here now. So thank you very much again for listening to this absolute... marathon of an episode. There you go, prediction for 2026 marathon.
Ooh.
No, I'm joking. That game's never coming out. So yeah, thank you for listening to this. We really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please go check out our previous episodes, Game of the Year, news discussions, all of that. But with that said, we're going to call it a night because it's been long. So we thank you again for listening. A goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for listening to this episode of the Rapid Reviews Radio Podcast. You can watch the recording of the show live on Twitch every Sunday evening at 7 PM UK time at www.twitch.tv/Rapid Reviews. You can also watch the podcast on YouTube, search Rapid Reviews 5534, and you can also watch the video version of the show on Spotify, just search Rapid Reviews Radio. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, a rating, or a comment on this episode. You can also follow us on Twitter at RRRadioPod, as well as on Blue Sky at rrradiopodcast.bsky.social. Also be sure to visit rapidreviewsuk.com for all the latest reviews and previews.